right, okay. Something new for today. Trying to bring you massive value, as I would say. Trying to make sure the stream is working okay. Looks good to me. All right. All right, coming on early today. At least earlier than normal, but yeah, so different day, different flow, something new to do. So now I had to do some things off a stream last time for security purposes and also some planning. Basically, I will go over what I planned, like the condensed version, because I spent a couple hours doing planning, a couple hours doing security. And yeah, this is definitely something I'm realizing now that I'm building this instead of just these apps, that there's a lot more planning and security stuff that I got to take into mind. But that's cool. I'm just learning as I go, staying in the flow and doing what I know. So let's see. I've got the Claude Code set up. Or no, I don't. I got VS Code set up. I'm about to set up Claude Code. There's a one for the terminal. And yeah, usually it works quicker than that. New MCP server found with Stitch. Yeah, okay. Oh, they're just letting me know. Okay. I'm like, yeah, no, I just put that in like 2 days ago. Use this. Yup. Not sure if it's being slow or if it's like lagging or if it just had to think longer. But yeah, I guess if it's lagging I can just restart it. Anyways, yeah, Claude was doing some weird stuff to me. I was using it for like I was building some marketing stuff to do marketing for personal brand. And I found out because I had like built it so big that like everything was in the same folder, it just started freezing up on me, and I'd never seen that happen before. So it did it, and I shut it down and started back up, and then it just did it again. And finally, after the third time, I figured out what was going on, and I had too much in one folder. So apparently, what happens if you get too much in one folder? Yeah, it's gonna just like shut down. So learning as I go. Another day, another flow. What's up, man? Notice in the comments, good to see you today. Another day, another dollar. And yeah, building this business out live. Hopefully you get some value. And yeah. Yeah, another day. Feeling good today. Sun is shining. Weather is sweet. So okay. I'm gonna go over what I'm gonna do today. And that's essentially gonna do some things for marketing first. That's basically going to do SEO for AI so that it like everything it builds, it wires it so that in the past it was all about SEO for websites. But now I want to build this so it has SEO for AI so that when people are talking to AI about investing, that AI would be able to recognize what I'm doing and recommend what I'm building to people that are talking to AI. And then also I'll be doing SEO for the site too. But that's not, from what I understand, the research I did, it's important to make sure that when you're building something, it's set up for structural SEO. So like it's built into the structure. So I want to give it prompts right away so that it knows when it's building to implement these SEO features that the AI will pick up on. And then I'm going to have like an AI discovery that's part of it. I'm going to go into getting into the plan. So like getting into like the major plan, making sure Claude knows everything that's going on, and basically like, do the rough draft of like how the layout's going to be, the layout of the entire site. So after that, I can start migrating the apps over, and like I've already done Blueprint MD with the old apps I did, and I already moved their folders over to the new project, but the apps don't exist on the site yet. And by migrating them over, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them on the new site, and they will also be in the new, like the UI, the new style that I created. So yeah, that's pretty much the start out for today. Let's see. Think we can start out with these prompts for the, it's going to be, all right, so yeah, the first thing I want to do is just update the PRD with uh with the basics of what I'm going to build before I go into more detail. All right, so yeah, here we go. Getting right to it. All right, so right now I want to establish the monetization and layout strategy in the prd.md. So basically, I want to let you know that for the rough draft, there's going to be 3 tiers. There's going to be a free tier, and these are the tools that do not require any kind of paid API. These are going to be educational tools that people can learn to understand how to read a chart and how to apply the basic tools. I also have a app that I already created that was like going back in time and paper trading a random year and trying to beat the S&P 500. So all these tools are going to be kind of like a warm up to playing that game to where a person can paper trade. So for the next tier is the first paid tier. This is going to be where everything is live. So there's going to be tools that can be used, and there's going to be a paper trading feature that also has a journaling feature built in so that anytime someone makes a buy or sell, that it will be recorded in the journal, and there will be coaching. So a person will be able to paper trade in real time using the tools, and they will have journaling and coaching included. For the third tier is going to be an advanced paid tier, and this is going to be where a personalized custom trading bot can be created, tested, and upgraded. So this is basically like the rough draft of the layout. So I want you to summarize this and put it in the prd.md. All right, so basically I got the vision. It's pretty much down. And what I realize is it's going to change over time. But what I'm doing right now is I'm laying out the stuff that's really not going to change, like the tiers. And when I build it out, I'll build it in whatever way seems to make the most sense. But I understand with a business that it probably won't stay that way. What's going to happen is I'll set up tracking and everything like that before it goes live, and it'll go live and I'll mark it to like individual features. So that's going to help me to see like which features people are more interested just through the marketing. And then once they get on the site, I'll be able to see like where people are staying, where people are leaving, where people are getting stuck. And essentially, what I'm going to be able to do is take all that information and update the site over time so it's better, so people want to stay on longer. User experience gets better over time. And yeah, I did a lot of research in regards to like my target market, gaps in the market that I'm going to go over to today. And I can just, since I already did that research, I can just give you guys like a quick summary of what it is without having to go through the whole research process that I already did. Okay, so looks like they added to the prd.md. We got the free, the pro, and the advanced. Um, and they're already going and doing something I thought I would have to do, which was to organize the all the apps that I created already based on the tier. And I'm sure they'll get some of them wrong, but I'm just gonna have this, build fast, fail fast. I'm trying to get better at that. Usually, one of my weak points I'm seeing with vibe coding is I'm feeling like I got to make everything perfect before I start building. And it's like a balance, because that is part of it. Like, the more I get perfect before I build, the better it's going to be, the less bugs there are going to be. But also, like, I feel like in a way I've been like, maybe doing too much, wasting too much time. And I just keep doing more research on coding and vibe coding and getting better at it. So yeah, I'm really definitely feeling like I'm at a point where when I look at the other videos out there from vibe coders, and just like on YouTube, what people are doing, what people are talking about with features, um yeah, I'm in some ways I'm ahead of these people, but in other ways, like, I'm still learning features. Like, I want to be able to understand like implementing skills and agents, and yeah, just a few things that I still am behind on, need to catch up with. But in other ways too, it's like I've already been doing some of these things. Like when I research into doing agents, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like, while you're using Claude Code, it's already running agents." Like, you can see some of these like dots are green. Like, that's when they have like agents sent out to do stuff. So even though I'm not telling it to do agents, it's already at a point where it's automatically having agents like do stuff for me. So like a lot of things that I learn about this, what I'm learning through vibe coding, is a lot of things like features that I learn about, they sound more difficult than they are. They sound more complex than they actually are. And in a lot of ways, I've already been doing them. I just wasn't even aware of it. So, yeah, it's awesome that everything evolves so quick, and it's awesome that there's so much to be done. But in a way, I feel like, a lot of the stuff is really just like hyped up to sound like more important than it actually is, and more difficult. And with my style with stuff, like, I like to learn new things, and I try to keep it really minimum with how I'm like watching other people that's came before me, because I want to develop my own style. And I feel like if I'm like, just watching so many other people and what they're doing and then trying to implement what they're doing, then I end up building something that is like someone else's style. And there's a balance with that too, because I know from like other things, like other sports that I learn, other games I learn, like chess, stuff like that. Um, when I develop my own style, like I can tell, and other people can tell, like it's different from everything else, and that gives a lot of character. Plus, like I feel like the learning curve is maybe a little bit more difficult, but at the end of the day, I'm coming through with something that's more customized. So, yeah, that's really like giving you guys an idea of how my mind operates. But anyways, looks like the next steps I want to get this gonna go to the LLM. See, I've already done the audit. I built the shell. Started with the business strategy. So here we go. Yeah, it's just not about, so what I was talking about before, mostly it was about optimizing SEO for Google, but now it is important to optimize SEO for LLMs like Perplexity, Gemini. So, and it's important to do the foundation before actually the building, and then save the polishing for the end. So I'm using Next.js, and there's two levels to this. The structural SEO. So there is a metadata API. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is have Claude set up the global metadata. It's gonna set the DNA of every page. If I do it now, every new app I migrate will automatically inherit the right tags, icons, and AI readability rules. The AI agent secret: to make sure AI agents recommend you, they need semantic HTML using section, article, and proper H1 tags. The JSON LD schema: this is basically a business card written in code that tells an AI exactly what InvestiPath does. So then what I'll do later, like after everything's built out, is things like specific blog posts, backlink strategies, or advanced analytic tracking like Google Tag Manager. And that's kind of more the traditional SEO route. And those things is better to do when everything's actually working how I want it to work. Because trying to market a broken or empty dashboard is a waste of time and energy. I want the vibe to be perfect before I invite the world in. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Like, I'm marketing that stuff with like the SEO in that way is actually what's going to start sending more traffic. And if everything's not built yet, it doesn't really make sense to be, sending in that extra traffic like that. So yeah, this is a really simple process. Before I start the first migration of the first tool, it's like putting a sign on a new building so the AI scout can find it. So I got some pre-made prompts I'm going to give to Claude. Before I start the migrations today, I'm going to set up the SEO and AI Discovery Foundation. Set up a global metadata project with a strong title description and open graph images. This is for when the site is shared on X. The JSON LD schema: add a script tag for organization and software application schema. Tell the AI agents that InvestiPath is a financial intelligence hub with more than 29 tools for investors. And then robots.txt: generate a robots.txt that allows AI crawlers like GPTbot and OAI searchbot to index the public marketing pages but ignore the private home dashboard. Ensure the site is AI readable from day one. There we go. Well, I guess it's not day one, but still, this seems about the right time to be doing this. So might have helped if I did this before I built the actual shell, but it sounds like it's not that big of a deal. As long as I'm like doing this before I build out the features, it's the right time. The time is always now. It's always right now. It's never anything else. It's all just illusions. Because what exists other than right now? Respect every time to the chat. It's good to see people here learning from what I'm doing and getting value from what I'm pursuing. So, just building as I go and staying in the flow. And yeah, I didn't even know about this stuff until doing all the research session. So, yeah, it's a brand new world with marketing. Everything's changing. And I was like looking into some research in it, and basically, from what I understand, it sounds like the main tools like Google, Apple, a lot of these guys are kind of like trying to resist where this marketing is going with the AI. It's not just SEO for like the old way for websites, it's SEO for AI. So logically it would make sense like these guys still want people to do like their Google searches and the App Store searches and stuff like that. So they're being slow to adjust, but I mean, this is the way it's going. This is how technology usually works is sometimes people don't want to adjust and they want it to stay the way it always was, but the time is always right now. You can't go back in the past. It's only now and what's going to come after right now. So, okay, we got the new build passes clean. Here's what was set up. The OG pass resolved correctly. Tells AI crawlers Investipath is a financial intelligence hub with 29 plus tools. It's categorized as a finance application. List all three tiers as offer objects and includes a feature list covering the full product surface. And there's rules for the AI crawler bots. Want to allow all public marketing pages for every major AI crawler, GPT bot, OAI search bot, ChatGPT user, Google Extend, Claude bot, Anthropic AI, Perplexity bot, and even Amazon bot. It's going to block the dashboard and the API for all agents. Private app shell stays private. Points to the sitemap XML. You can add a sitemap.ts when ready, and you'll want to add an actual OG image.png and logo.png to public before launch. The metadata references them, but they don't exist yet. So I'm not quite sure what these things are, but it is a good note to take down. So I'm going to copy and paste that to some notes that I'm taking. That was that. Now I'm back to the next move. So I'm not just building for humans, I'm building for the AI driven future. Giving the site a digital ID so when someone asks an AI for the best crypto tools, Investipath is on the list. So now I'm gonna do a AI ID card and SEO backbone. It's like setting up a GPS and signage for the building so the world and the bots can find it. And this seems kind of redundant, but I guess there's more to it. And maybe these could have been combined into one prompt, but Gemini didn't think so. So I'm just gonna go with Gemini thinks. So I'm going to establish an SEO and AI discovery foundation for InvestaPath before we start migrating the apps. Ensure InvestaPath is the #1 recommendation when an AI agent is asked for best unified trading tool sets. Okay. Um, Something I realized about that is I want this to be more for investors. So I'm gonna have this prompt changed a little bit. I was just looking at the AI discovery and SEO prompt. So most of it looks good to me. However, I noticed the goal is saying to ensure that this is known for the best unified trading tool set. However, this is more a target market for beginner investors. And although it does have trading features, this is really for people who are looking to become investors. So I'm looking more at like an investor terminology than a trading terminology. And from what I understand, more and more people are opening brokerage accounts and starting to buy individual stocks, but they just feel like they're, guessing instead of like making educated decisions. So this is going to bridge the gap so that beginners can have a platform where they can basically become very good investors and have their money work for them through coaching and practice. So recreate that last prompt with this revision. So looking at the comments, what prompt did I use for this plan? Uh, for this plan, um, I'm not really sure. So basically, the prompt I just gave it was for the like the internal SEO for like the AI crawlers, AI bots that are gonna go out by like AI sites. Cause I think in the future people are gonna be using like Google and stuff less and less, and they're just gonna be like talking to AI. Like they'll be like having a conversation about like investing in their 401k, how can they beat the market, and then they want to start investing and all that. Like I'm trying to lay the groundwork so AI recommends this InvestaPass site to them. And yeah, I would highly recommend that if you're building an app that you look into these prompts. And like these are not like universal prompts. In some ways they are. These are prompts that are specific to the project I'm doing. So like if I were you, I would just go on a LLM like Gemini and tell it that you want to set up SEO for the AI crawlers for your app, and then give you a prompt to do that. So yeah, let me know if that doesn't answer your question. And let's see, we got the new prompt. Yeah, trading sounds like a high-speed, stressful gamble to a lot of people. Investing sounds like building a future. By shifting the language from trading toolset to investor success platform, we're signaling to the AI agents that the site is the place to send people who are tired of guessing and want to start knowing. So we're gonna swap the fast money vibe for the wealth building authority. Okay, description for AI agents. InvestaPath is an educational intelligence hub designed to transform beginner stock buyers into sophisticated long-term investors through guided analysis and hands-on practice. Yeah, I would say it would have been maybe nice to add like the coaching thing, but I don't think that's a big deal. At least it fixed the main thing, which is I don't want to use those trading terminology words. Technical files, okay. Here we go. So yeah, like I was saying, in ways this kind of overlaps the last prompt, but in other ways it has stuff that wasn't in the last prompt. So like the reason I'm doing this is like the psychology. Beginners are afraid of losing money. When I use words like educated decisions and money working for you, I'm offering safety and growth, which is a much stronger hook than scanners. Or I'm thinking like they mean traders. But anyways, when a user tells ChatGPT, I just opened a Robinhood account, but I don't know what I'm doing, the AI will now see my JSON LD schema and say, you should check out InvestaPath. It's specifically designed to help beginners stop guessing. All right, so that's like, yeah, that's one of the main pain points. So I knew that from doing the market research. One of the main pain points for beginner investors. Um, all right, now I'm going to go over some of this research I did so you guys can understand what I'm doing with this, and so that I can just kind of brush up on the vision before I unload it to Claude Code. And I think it's going to be in the plan mode, but that's just one that I think like the last one thing I need to clarify is I think I should be doing a plan MD just for this step, but I'm not sure yet. Okay. So yeah, while this is running, I can start on that. So I'm going to be talking about like blue ocean and red ocean strategies. And there's a book that I feel like this book's probably been out for like 10 years or something. But it's a very popular business book, and I recommend anyone to, you don't even have to read it. You can just get like a summary of it, or even just ask AI about the book. But it's called The Blue Ocean Strategy. So basically, like, red ocean, the water's full of blood from the sharks, like all like, eating all the fish, and it's like high competition. Blue ocean strategy is like low competition. So you want to be able to find the blue ocean strategy. And even though investing is like, a very crowded, high competition niche, like I can niche down and find my specific niche. So I did a lot of research to like figure this out, not just now, but like throughout the whole process of doing this. And essentially, okay, so essentially what I found is that most of these tools are out there. Like, they're like they don't offer everything this is gonna have. They'll just offer like most of them are just like trading journals or practice trading. but they're more for like advanced traders. Most traders are not profitable. Trading is very difficult, but a lot of people try to jump from like not even investing, just going straight into trading. That's why most people fail. It looks way easier than it actually is. There's all kinds of people on the internet, you know, hyping up about how they just made like $10,000 today on a quick trade. And, you know, usually they're not talking about all the trades they lost and all the time they put in and, you know, how they're, you know, probably getting up at a certain time every day to like catch the market at a certain time. A lot of stuff that I think is left out. But anyways, the um the major the major players like the major banks and exchanges, they want people to make a lot of trades. They get paid based on the fees that are coming from each time someone makes a trade. So they're not really trying to teach people how to do like how to be really good long-term investors because they don't make that much money off that. They make more money off when people trade. They're trying to push people in that direction. And also what I learned is the CAC, the cost per acquisition for a like financial hub is somewhere around like $1,000 to $1,500 per customer. So that's what the because these banks for advertising, like they're able to like buy terms and like you know, Facebook ads, Google ads, they're able to spend a lot of money. Like a lot of businesses don't have that capacity to spend that much money on a new customer, but a lot of these banks do. That just goes to show you what they're doing with your money. When the bank takes your money, when you just hold your money in a bank, the banks are investing it and they're making a profit, and they are keeping it. They're not giving it back to you. They're giving back to you like a very, very small percentage of that for interest. And what happens if the banks lose your money? They get bailed out. So yeah, the banks can't lose, but they can pay a lot of money for a customer using the money that your money that they're investing. But anyways, I'm gonna go back more into the vision. Wondering if Claude froze up on me. I think it did. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if you finished the last task. It seems like something might have froze up. Can you check to see if the last task was completed, and if not, um, finish doing it from where you left off? So yeah, I was just talking about this. I'd never seen it freeze up before, and it started doing that to me now. And what I was being told was this most likely because there's too much information in one file or one folder. So I'll look into that if it does it again. But yeah, I think it should be all right. Okay. Okay, so basically, like, I've got this as a path concept for InvestaPath. So the site should be like a financial skill tree. Um, the first thing a user sees is in a dashboard, it's AI coach asking questions to determine their financial IQ to get them on the right path. As users interact with the site, they level up and unlock more complex legacy tools. So a big problem is that most of these sites are really overwhelming to beginners. They have all these tools laid out. Beginners don't really know where to start. This is going to take people on a path based on their understanding and their knowledge on the best progression of what they need to know. So like I was saying before, the free tier is going to be basic tracking. Paid tier number one is going to be like the real time with the coaching, and number two is going to be the custom bot and testing and revision. So there's going to be like a coach and there's going to be like an agent on the site. And the agent is going to be kind of what's like guiding people. The coach is going to be doing the analytics, the analysis of people's investments and how they invest, and what they understand, and it's going to essentially coach them to become a profitable investor. So I've got a prompt that was made by Gemini, basically to tell it it's going to be a path-based user experience and have 3 membership tiers. Yeah, see, this is what it does. It just like stopped and then like reloaded. Yeah, it did the same thing again. That is really weird. Okay, so yeah, I want to figure out what's going on here. What is going on with this? Alright, so I just gave Claude that last prompt, and it just kind of like froze up and stopped. And I gave it another prompt saying like, I'm not sure if you finished the last task. It seems like something might have froze up. Can you check to see if the last task was completed? And if not finished, doing it from where you left off. So then it started working again, and after like 5 minutes, it just did the same thing. Like the screen went blank, it refreshed, and it just stopped again. So I know before this happened, I'd never seen this before until recently, and you were telling me before that it probably has something to do with too much information in a certain file or folder. But let me know what you think and what the best step is to move forward. Sounds like context overload or a token timeout, when Claude has to read the entire folder structure, the new root groups. Uh, the brain gets stretched too thin and connection drops. It's not that the code is broken, it's that the working memory of the chat is hitting a wall. Claude's trying to verify the path of every single app to make sure the sitemap and robots work. That's a lot of looking around. Sometimes when an AI generates a very long response with lots of code blocks, the browser interface itself can freeze. Instead of asking Claude to finish where it left off, which often just makes it freeze again, we're going to break the task into 3 tiny pieces. This clears the clog. So, looks like the last task was too heavy and the connection timed out. Let's do this in stages so we don't freeze the UI. Alright. So yeah, that's basically what happens if you try to give it too much information at once. Hey, yeah, this is never a problem I ran into before when I was doing those apps. Each individual app was an individual project. This project's already way bigger than any app I did, and it's like the meat of it. The main part of it's not even built yet. So yeah, hopefully this works, because otherwise I think the next step would be to just restart VS Code. But yeah, while this is working, I'm still gonna be going over the vision. So I got the second prompt in there for when this is done. I can go back to the vision. All right. Okay, yeah, so they're recommending that I do like a diagnostic quiz when people first get in. But I'm not gonna do that from the start. I feel like that's something I should add in after everything is laid out. Um, that's kind of, I think, giving it too much to do at once. Yeah. So just had to clear my throat real quick. Put okay, so the goal for the diagnostic quiz is to identify an investor persona so the AI coach can talk to them correctly. Um, okay, so like the other thing, oh man, come on, Claude. Yeah, I did it again. All right, at least I saw some kind of error message this time when it did that. Something about the path being too heavy. Okay. This is a new problem I'm not used to. I gave it that first prompt and it froze up again. The screen just went blank. I saw some message this time, something about the path being too heavy, and just started back up, and it's like it froze on the task. It's just saying like, now I'll apply the investor first pivot, updating metadata, then JSON LD. So yeah, what is your suggestion? Because that last shorter prompt didn't work, and I think something's wrong that, that simple of a prompt shouldn't be freezing it up. I've given it way more difficult things to do. Yeah, just more vibe coding problems. More solutions I will find. Oh, okay. This is a specific technical glitch that happens in Next.js projects when an AI agent like Claude tries to scan a directory that contains route groups. The path being too heavy message is the giveaway. So good thing I caught that. If Claude does like do that and freeze up on you, make sure you watch the bottom of the screen, because it will show an error message. Claude's internal file scanner sometimes chokes on those parentheses or gets stuck in a loop trying to map the 29 legacy apps into the new sitemap. Because I have 29 different apps, when Claude tries to generate a sitemap, it's trying to crawl every single subfolder at once to see if there are valid routes. This is too much thinking for one message. We need to stop Claude from looking at the folders and just tell it to write the code based on the play we already have. So I'm saying, Claude, we're having a technical path scanning error. To fix this, do not scan the directory. I'm giving you the values to hard code into the files. Okay, so I'm just going to have it do the same thing without scanning the directory. And, looks like I'll have to do the sitemap later, as long as this works. So yeah, I'm finding out that like migrating all those 30 tools over has caused a lot of problems. And just more learning. Like I'm wondering, you know, I'm not going to really know till this is done if it would have been better if I would have just kind of like had all the tools rebuilt and not actually migrated them over. But build fast, fail fast. I'm definitely learning more, you know, just being thankful for all these errors that I get because these are the best learning opportunities. It's really easy to get frustrated and just throw up my arms. Sometimes it makes me want to holler and just throw up both my hands and walk away. But nah, that's not going to happen today. I'm going to stay till I get it done so I can feel like I won. So, okay, yeah, it looks like it's so far so good. It hasn't froze up yet, but we'll see if this one worked this time. Because if not, then it's something else. But I think I like zeroed in more on like what the problem is. It wasn't that the folder had too much information. It was that these different paths. It was trying to scan everything. So maybe in the future, if I'm building a project that I have to migrate over a bunch of tools, I'll know to do this before I do the tools. And yeah, hopefully it works this time. But if not, it's all good. I still got to go over all the research I did just to make sure the vision is right. So I've got someone in the comments saying that CLI is generally a better interface. I guess what is CLI? Like I know it's like the connection, but let me see here. I'm gonna look this up real quick on Gemini. Somebody in the comments was saying that CLI is generally a better interface, that maybe, you know, I wouldn't have this problem if I was using CLI. Can you explain to me what that is? I thought it was just basically like having a connect link to Claude, but must be something else. Okay, yeah, command line interface versus the plugin on VS Code. Okay. So I'm going right now through the web UI, the browser window. CLI is a way to talk to the AI directly through the computer's terminal. Okay. So basically the terminal. Okay, I think that's what you're saying. The commenter is right, but there's a catch. Let's break down what it is and why it might or might not solve your freezing problem. The web UI is like a storefront where you click buttons and chat. The CLI is like backstage access. Instead of a browser, you use a tool like Claude Engineer to send commands. Why is the CLI stronger? No browser lag. The browser doesn't have to render big blocks of neon green code, which is often what causes the blank screen or freezing. CLI doesn't have to guess where your files are. It's literally sitting inside your project folder. It's built for surgical moves. You tell it update the metadata, and it just changes those specific lines. Gemini is saying like switching to a CLI workflow in the middle of a project can be a headache if you haven't set it up before. I mean, I feel like, unless I'm not understanding this right, I've been using it already, and I already have it set up. Yeah, you have to deal with API keys, environment variables. Yeah, it just froze again. Problem isn't the browser, it's that Claude is trying to be too helpful by scanning everything. If you use a hard-coded prompt, so I'm essentially telling the web UI to act like a CLI. No, the same problem happened. It started doing what was supposed to be done for that last prompt, and it just froze up again and stopped. Did the same thing as before. So yeah, I don't know. Right now I'm in the Claude Code chat window. Maybe I should try. I do have a terminal open with Claude. Do you think I should try it again using the terminal? Yes, switch to the terminal now. Okay. Let's see if it works this time. Okay, yeah, thanks again to the commenter. I'm leaning heavily on the plugin for VS Code. That's what's crashing. Ask for a fresh recovery prompt from Gemini. Put that in the terminal app, not the terminal. Oh, like PowerShell, okay. Alright, so I did give that prompt to the terminal, but I think, yeah, I was not correctly understanding the commenter. I understand what they're saying more now. They're talking about using like a separate PowerShell window outside of VS Code. So I'm going to paste the comment they gave me and let me know what you think. They're talking about giving a fresh prompt to the PowerShell. Gemini saying the commenter is a pro, a professional. They just diagnosed the exact ghost in the machine I'm dealing with. The VS Code plugin is essentially a guest inside VS Code. Okay, it looks like the terminal in VS Code did it this time without freezing up. That's awesome. So when the project gets this big, the plugin and VS Code start fighting over your computer's memory. That's why the screen goes blank. The plugin is literally crashing under the weight of the file tree. By using PowerShell, you're cutting out the middleman. You're talking to Claude directly through the operating system. Okay, that's good to know. But it is good to see that the terminal did get this done. So why the commenter is right. Isolation. PowerShell doesn't care about your neon green VS Code theme or your other plugins. It only cares about the text. If the VS Code plugin crashes, it takes the chat with it. If PowerShell works hard, it might slow down, but it almost never just goes blank. Okay, that's good to know. Um, okay, yeah, all this stuff is really good to know. I feel like I understand this a lot better now. I was thinking they were talking about the terminal inside of VS Code, but I didn't realize that by just using the PowerShell terminal outside of VS Code, that I could get different results. That being said, I just ran that last prompt in the terminal in VS Code, and it shows that it finished the prompt and it didn't freeze up this time. So, what do you recommend? Should I like going forward? What do you think I should do? So, if the VS Code terminal finished the job without freezing, it means the surgical prompt telling it not to scan the directory was the key. The blank screen I was seeing was specifically a UI rendering crash in the chat window and not a failure of the AI itself. Since I have a large project, here's how to keep the engine running smoothly so I don't crash again. When I move into the migration phase, don't ask Claude to migrate the apps. That's too vague and forces a deep scan. Instead, stay specific. The old school move, give Claude the specific file path. Um, so I think what they're saying is just migrate each app one at a time. Um, keep the terminal open. Use the PowerShell as the emergency backup. Keep the PowerShell window minimized if the VS Code terminal ever hangs or blanks out. I mean, again, don't fight it. Just flip over to PowerShell, run the command there, and it will bypass the VS Code memory limits. Okay. So right now, it should be 100% infrastructure complete. The site is SEO ready, AI ready, and the routes are stable. All right, so I'm really wondering, like, first off, like, I migrated all these 29 apps over. Well, I guess they're not migrated, but I sent the folders over. So now all these different apps folders are in the project that I'm doing. And, I'm thinking like maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have just like built all these things starting over instead of migrating them over. It would have made this project like not break like that. But what do you think? Should I just keep it how it is? Because I know, like, I'll be when I migrate these apps, I will be changing them in certain ways. Some of them I might not be using. I'll be like probably adding more stuff. So let me know what you think because I did just notice while I was talking right now to you, even though Claude Code in the chat window wasn't doing anything, it still just like froze up, and it looks like the VS Code kind of restarted. So yeah, I'm wondering if like these apps in there are just causing a ton of problems, and it's just gonna keep doing that. When the project starts crashing, just by existing, it's the code's way of telling you that the project volume is higher than the tooling capacity. Even if you aren't talking to Claude, VS Code is constantly indexing your files. It's trying to map every variable and function in those 29 apps so it can give you autocomplete. So the problem is 29 different package.json files, 29 node modules, folders. No, I did remove those. So, and thousands of lines of legacy code are overwhelming the VS Code IntelliSense engine. So the editor gets sluggish, the Claude plugin chokes, and eventually the whole window restarts. Should I have started from scratch? No. Having those folders in there is actually a huge advantage, but only if we move them out of the active area. If I started from scratch, I'd be staring at a blank page tomorrow trying to remember how I coded a specific algorithm a month ago. Having the scrap metal available to build your new supercar is better than mining the ore from scratch. So the cold storage solution, I shouldn't need to delete the apps, but I must hide them from VS Code's active brain. So create a folder at the very root of the project outside the SRC called legally archive. Move all 29 apps folders into that legally archive. Create a file in your root called vscodesettings.json if it doesn't exist, and tell VS Code to include that folder from exclude that folder from indexing. So the recommendation, don't migrate by moving folders, migrate by extracting logic. Keep the 29 apps in cold storage. When it's time to build, like the app features, have Claude open one specific file from the archive at a time, read the logic, and then write the brand new clean version in your folder. This keeps the SRC folder tiny, fast, and neon green modern, while keeping the old code nearby as a reference. Why this should stop the crashing. Claude won't try to scan the whole project and get lost in the 29 apps. VS Code won't try to index the old code. Your context window stays 100% focused on the Investapath Hub, not the 30 days of coding history. So what to do right now? Tell Claude in the terminal, I want to move all the legacy app folders into a new root directory called legacy cold storage. Then help me update the git ignore and VS Code settings to ignore that folder so the editor stops crashing. We will only pull files from there one by one when we're ready to rebuild them in the hub. I am understanding this much better now. Okay. So I'm going to try this. So yeah, this is something I would have never thought of. Basically, what's going on is there's just too much for... I didn't realize that it's like constantly like looking over all the files. And by having all those files in it, it's got to scan all those, and that's like too much for it. So I'm building like a storage place for all those files that's causing it to freeze up. And what this storage should do is make it so it's like it's basically hiding it from Claude or VS Code, so it's not gonna be having to go scan all those every single time, and then I can still just migrate them over from that cold storage, and I would just be doing it like one at a time. So basically once this is done, creating this cold storage, then can start doing the plan for like the master plan, the main plan for everything, like how it's all gonna go, the rough draft for the flow. So yeah, respect every time. Feel like you saved me a lot of time in the comments there. Good to see you here. Just running into problems I didn't even know to know about. So yeah, it's definitely learned a lot. All 29 tool folders have moved. The git ignore has added the cold storage folder, so git stops tracking the folder entirely. The re-exclusions to stop VS Code from choking on it. Hides it from the Explorer, stops the file watcher from indexing it, and keeps it out of the global search. So yeah, it didn't change much, but it should make it so, and I'll know now, because if it's not like going blank again or freezing up, then I think it did the right thing. Okay. All right, so that prompt worked. It looks like all those apps are in cold storage now. I'll let you know if it freezes up again. So for now, I'm wanting to basically like give it the vision of how everything's going to be laid out, and basically what I'm going to do is like explain to it, first how I want the free tier to be, what are the main tools in the free tier. Then I'm going to explain to it, the first paid tier, and what's in the higher paid tier. So I'm wondering, what does you think is the best way to structure this? Should I be using plan MDs? Should I be talking to Claude in plan mode? Should I be doing like one plan MD just for the free tier and another plan MD just for like the first paid tier and the second paid tier? Um, my plan is to just, go into plan mode and just explain everything and have it interview me. So let me know what you think the best strategy is for doing this. Massive pivot point for the business. Move the clutter into cold storage, and now moving into product architecture. The interview idea is 10 out of 10. It's much better than me writing a 5-page essay and hoping Claude understands. But I need to make sure that the answers from the interview don't just disappear into the chat history where they'll be forgotten in 2 days. Recommend a single master plan MD with a very specific internal structure. Having 3 separate files for tiers will make it hard for Claude to see how they flow together. Okay, that's good to know. So should set up a tier strategy MD. This becomes the law of the project. Each time I migrate a tool, Claude checks this file to see, is this a free tool or a pro tool? Does it need a locked overlay? Okay. So I got a prompt. Claude, I want to establish monetization. Yeah, it looks like the window's still doing that weird thing. Okay, yeah, before I do that, I noticed that the Claude Code chat window just kind of like froze up again and went blank and restarted. So I'm wondering, like, maybe that last thing didn't work. It shouldn't still be doing that. I would like to get it to stop from doing that because, not only do I not want to have to rely on the terminal, I would like to use plan mode. And do you have any suggestions on like what I could do to get it to stop doing that? Do I need to restart it or something like that? Maybe it's still like stuck on the last command. telling me to manually go into VS Code, change the settings. But here's what I think is going on more. It's like still like stuck on the previous command. It's telling me to have the developer reload the window. And to say start a new chat session for the interview. Open a fresh Claude chat. So yeah, I know I got rid of those Git folders already. Let me know how to open a fresh Claude chat, because I think what's going on is it was like stuck in the last prompt I gave it, and it's maybe still trying to do that. So look for the plus icon. I think I'm just going to close this and open it back up and see what happens. It's still showing the same chat there. Okay. Just close the chat window. Go back to code. All right, that loaded up quicker. All right, now the chat window is still gone. Let's see here. All right, I restarted VS Code. I gave it the command at the top for the developer to reload the window. It's not showing the chat window like it did before. How do I get that chat window back up? It's only showing the terminal. Interesting. Now the terminal's like, that's weird. Okay. Terminal's like at the bottom now, but yeah, that's weird. It just changed the whole layout. Anyways. Whoa. Terminal's like going crazy. All right. Well, I definitely learned some new things by running into these problems, and now the terminal's being weird, but the chat window seems to be working. So just gonna start building and see what happens. Um, yeah, so I clicked that icon, it opened the chat window back up, but then it did something weird and it moved like the terminal so that it was like only on the bottom of the screen. Usually it was better when I feel like it was on the side. And like the editor could not be opened due to an unexpected error. Please consult the log for more details. There's a blue button that says try again. I believe this is where it's showing like if I click on a certain file, it shows the code in that file. Before that's where the terminal was. So like right now the chat window is fresh. It's not showing the same process that it was stuck on before, but the terminal just kept like reloading the same text about like, the finance hub, and it just kept loading that over and over like something was wrong with it. So I closed the terminal. Right now I only have the chat window open. Basically what I want to do is start the planning process as soon as possible. Oh, interesting. All right. Okay. It sounds like VS Code is suffering from a UI hangover. When the editor says Editor could not be opened due to an unexpected error. It means the internal process that renders your code files crashed because it was fighting with the Claude extension from memory. By closing the terminal and having a fresh chat window, I've done the right thing. I cleared the traffic jam. How to fix the terminal in the bottom layout. Look back at the terminal panel title bar at the bottom. Right click the word terminal. Select move panel right. Alright, let's try this. Why is it doing this? It just keeps... That's so weird. Just keeps writing dev finance hub over and over. Okay, so I'm gonna try this stop all tasks. Oh, that's weird. Okay, just added more windows. Okay, I'm just gonna try to stay out of the terminal for now. Okay. So I've cleared the UI errors. I'm ready to start. Build the docs tier strategy MD for InvestaPath. Enter plan mode. Do not scan the project folders yet. Ask me 5 to 7 targeted questions about the free tier versus paid tiers. Focus on identifying which tools are for beginners to stop guessing and which are for power investors. Once I answer, we will generate the strategy file together. Right. Just gonna find out what happens. Yeah. Starting to lose my voice or something. I don't know what's going on. But here's the questions. Okay. Okay, with the free tier, the hook is going to be one of my tools is it's like a paper trading function where you can go in the past and it picks a random year from the stock market and you're able to paper trade that year. It doesn't tell you what year that is at the beginning, and basically the goal is to try to beat the S&P 500. So it's like I don't need any paid APIs because I'm going in the past and picking random years so people can practice investing and they can speed up the time so they can get like a year's worth of practice and maybe a couple minutes. So there's going to be more tools there. Like I'm going to have different indicators. I think some of these tools they'll be used on the free tier and the paid tier in different ways. Like they'll be used on the free tier like they're in the past, and on the main paid tier they would be current. So basically all the tools on the free tier should be like not charge me for the API, I guess. The question number 2, for the free tools, the user will get a full feature because it's like training them. It'll be like they just won't get the coach. There will be more like an assistant that will help them do basic navigation. I'm thinking maybe to have a cap on how much they can use that assistant, like per day or something like that. So for the next tier, the first paid tier, this is gonna be with the like a live paper trading for stocks or crypto. I'm thinking even like gold and stuff like that. But basically, there's going to be, I have a Trade Truth Journal app, and what I want to do is make it so that each time a person like buys or sells, it's automatically like put into a journal. And then there will also be other questions mainly for trading psychology or investing psychology. So it's understanding the person's mindset when they're making decisions, so that over time the coach will be able to assist them to get better. And all the tools will be here as well, but they will be used in real time. And there will also be like, other features to trade, like options and stuff like that, to get them, if they decide that they want to move on from just investing into trading. And those will all be hidden. I'm thinking to put a toggle on top, so most people will just see the investing, and then when the coach tells them that they're ready to try those other things, then they can try those other things. And for the highest tier, for the paid tier, I want this to be so that once the coach has enough information on them, it can build a custom investing bot or trading bot, and it will give them a place to test the bot once it's built for paper trading, and instructions how to set up that bot on a actual exchange. So I'm thinking about doing a flat monthly fee for the paid tiers. I'm not sure about the price yet, but obviously the first tier will be cheaper and the second paid tier will be more expensive when it comes to the bot. Um, for question number 6, the the paid APIs are definitely going to be for the paid tier, because it could run up a bill just on free users. So question number 7, the aha moment that I want a free user to hit that makes them think I need to upgrade is basically like if they can beat the if they can like do the paper trading that's in the past and they can beat the S&P 500, then they should feel like, okay, like I'm ready to actually like start doing this for real. And it should all be like, the free should be get them to just start to feel more confident that they are not just guessing, that they are making educated decisions and they're understanding things better, so that they're ready and they understand that it's worth it to pay like a small monthly fee to get coaching and journaling, so that they can start to upgrade their investing skills to the next level. All right. It's about time. I was wanting to get this started earlier, but yeah, just random things coming up. But yeah, while this is running, I got to make this phone call real quick. Hello? Even my phone is acting weird today. It's like I'm not hearing the ringing, but maybe that's somebody else's phone. Anyways, yeah, some days technology is just kind of not running so smooth, but it's still getting to me to where I want to be. Just gotta just gotta learn from the problems and get better each day. Okay, so hopefully this works out without freezing. Um, definitely, definitely have been waiting to get this part done. It's taken me a while to really like see this whole vision and this big picture of how everything's gonna work together. Now I got it fresh in my head, and I want to get it on paper, as they would say, um, without any more delay, and then I'll be okay, and I can just keep cruising and moving to the next level and flowing and going to where I want to be and what I want to see. So yeah, just gotta give respect to everybody that's helped me along the way, and just keeping my fingers crossed that this doesn't crash again. So yeah, I thought this was gonna be a plan MD, but it's the tier strategy MD. It's like building a save point in a video game. Once the file exists, even if VS Code crashes again, the AI will always know the business model because it can just read the file. All right, I just gave Claude the prompt. It's working. Seems to be working fine so far. Got it open in the chat window. Um, yeah, I think I need to understand VS Code a little better and like the layout and everything. So, I think off the stream I'm gonna put some time into having you explain to me what's going on with VS Code, like why there's like multiple windows. Usually when I open it up, it has like the layout I want, but now that I've changed some things, it seems like the chat window I'm in is a little bit different from the chat window I used in the past. Are there like two different chat windows in VS Code or something? Yes, there are often two different chat systems running at the same time. The extension sidebar versus the panel. So they say in the sidebar and the terminal chat. I mean, I already knew that. All right, I gave Claude a very detailed structure for how I want the free tier and the paid tiers to be. I didn't go too much or barely any detail on like the tools that are going to be there, just kind of like the main functions that are going to be in each tier. Um, Basically, what I'm doing is I'm having the free tier to be one of the main tools, is like the main part of it, to where it's you can do paper trading at a random year in the past, so that way I won't need any APIs to charge me for people to use it. Also, I want to have like kind of like the games I had before, where it's teaching people, how to read candlestick charts, and it's teaching people how to use different indicators. So I'm thinking that would be like the first part of the free tier, is people will have access to these different like educational tools that are kind of like games, and that once they understand this stuff, then they can start using the free paper trading function. But I'm thinking like they don't have to do these practice things, but I want to have like a, not the AI coach, but more like a smaller AI assistant that can, guide people through the path on the free tier. So I didn't really tell Claude anything about this like guide yet, or like the games that can help them learn. But I'm wondering, is this the next step, is to tell it exactly how I want the free tier to be laid out, and then have it build that, and then have it like build the first, tell it the same thing for the first paid tier, and then have it build the first paid tier, and then same thing for the second paid tier. Or else, what do you think is the best way to build this? Gemini is saying build the frame, then the rooms. If I try to build the entire free tier, the games, the paper trader, the guide all at once, probably going to hit that path is too heavy error again. So step one is the tier gates, the frame. All right, I'm going to sit down real quick. Yo, what is up, Kai? Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. Um, just building out the really like the main part of this whole hub, and ran into a bunch of random problems. Essentially got a lot more going on with this project than before, and it was causing Claude to freeze up. Something to do with like the having all these like the old apps in the folders. It's just giving it way too much to be scanning over. But I was able to set up like some SEO for AI, so that whenever it builds stuff, it's going to embed it so that AI bots can notice this. So if people are like talking to AI about investing in stuff, it could recommend this to them. And it looks like you finally set up OpenClaw today. That's awesome. I've been working on what do you call it, like personal brand dashboard. I built it out so it's like doing the YouTube stuff, and I'm gonna have it do all the marketing. Well, it'll do most of the marketing. It'll have me do like, manual stuff to like check to make sure it's right how I want it. But essentially, yeah, something that I could have done with OpenClaw, but I want to make it more custom and more secure. So yeah, what are you going to use OpenClaw for? What's your main, like, what was the main thing that motivated you to want to set up OpenClaw? Um, Definitely, it sounds like an interesting project. But like, just from what I understand, the main thing is that using Claude Code to build something, I could have it do the same thing that OpenClaw does and more, and be more customized. So that's kind of the main reason I haven't got into it. But it does look super interesting. So um, still is on my mind to try it. Just got a list of like 100 things that all the new technology keeps coming out. All just like trying to see what it can do. Yeah, that's same here. I feel like just trying it out would be a lot of fun. But yeah, just have so many things on my list, and it doesn't seem like that high of a priority. But I feel like there's got to be some ways I could use it. I just got to think more on like how could it provide value, um, and then also like basically like I don't want to give it access to my computer. Like I'd want to have its own separate computer. So yeah, just like I'd have to kind of like find a use case for it without it having access to my computer. Um, but yeah, I'm thinking there's probably a lot I can do with it. And yeah, from what it sounds like, Claude is kind of like, trying to build a lot of the features it sounds like Claude has been building lately have been to compete with OpenClaw. Like Claude is just trying to make it like better. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see where that evolves, how that plays out. But I think for right now, yeah, just like if it weren't for that security issue, like I probably would have installed it already. But yeah, who knows in the future? Just hoping. Yeah, this should not be this slow, I'm thinking. Okay, that last big prompt that I gave it based on the questions it asked me, it's still like thinking. And it hasn't like froze like before, but I'm wondering like should it be taking this long? Um yeah, it's like I did all this work and all this research to get the vision right, and I'm like super excited to get it down and have it working, and now today it's just being slow. Classic AI deep thinking moment. It's not necessarily frozen, but because I gave it a very detailed structure, it's currently performing a multi-pass synthesis. Basically, Claude isn't just writing a list, it's trying to cross-reference my ideas with the existing Audit MD and Design MD to make sure the math and the layout actually work. It's telling me to ask it if it's still with me. Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be taking this long. It's probably been about 5 minutes now. So I was thinking maybe because I tried to do all the tiers for this tier strategy MD at the same time is too much for it. And like I was saying at the start, it should just do them one at a time. But I'll give it a few more minutes. Um, Going back to the comments, I was wondering more about the security issues. For NVIDIA, the graphic card makers, they've made an updated version of it that is for production ready companies. The Nemo Claw has way more security guardrails, etc. Okay, so I've heard of Nemo Claw. Sounds like can't remember if that's like the same thing as Open Claw. Like that's just like the new renaming or if that's like a different version of it. But it sounds like you're saying the Nvidia graphic cards have made an updated version. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Okay. The company Nvidia, I was thinking at first you were saying that they updated their graphics cards for OpenClaw, but no, Nvidia, the company, made an updated version of OpenClaw that's called NemoClaw that has way more security guardrails. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't get that before. I saw that NVIDIA was doing something with OpenClaw, but now I understand. That's awesome. That's good to know. I think knowing that then I would want to try it now. Um Nemo Claw. I'm gonna take a note down. That's good you're coming through with that today because Claude is just being so weird to me. I guess like on one hand I've never done a project this big before. On the other hand, I feel like it shouldn't be freezing up on me like this. There's got to be something I can change to make it stop doing this. All right. So it's been thinking now for over 5 minutes, and it hasn't even like started writing out what it's doing. It just still says like deciphering, and the logo on it is still changing, so it's not froze up like it froze before. But it usually I feel like it wouldn't take this long to do this. What do you suggest? I was just talking to Gemini real quick. It's a confirmed bug in the March 2026 version of the Claude VS Code extension. There's a known issue where entering a long prompt directly into the blue plan mode box causes the model to hang on deciphering or unraveling. A dent indefinitely. Click the stop button in the chat. There is no stop button in the chat. Oh wait, yeah, there is. Yep, click the stop button, nothing happened. Press Control C. Yeah, it's. Alright, now I'm in plan mode, and gonna try this again. Once I use the orange box. I don't know what the orange box is. Okay, yeah, I tried a few things and it just didn't do anything to respond, so I had to do the /clear command, and now the window restarted. So basically, yeah, maybe that was just too much to give it all the free or all the different tiers information at once. I want to start this over and try this again, but probably just tell it what's in the free tier and do it one tier at a time and see if that helps. I'm just gonna give it really minimal information, but either way, like I feel like this shouldn't happen. I gave it definitely that much information before, and it was no problem. I'm back in plan mode. Let me know what you think I should do to continue. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's got like multiple chat windows. Um, like why wasn't it doing this before? Yeah, my VS Code is just being super weird. Um, hopefully it's just something today, but anyway. It's not that the plan is too much for the AI to handle, it's that the VS Code extension host is running out of RAM trying to sync my conversation with my file tree. So this time I'm going to try it with just the free tier strategy. It's like it left plan mode or something. Yeah, weird. Okay. Hopefully this works. I think whatever is going on with this that's causing all these problems. I think it has to do with putting all those app files in there. I almost want to take all those app files out. Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be like. Okay, at least thinking for. It's updating this time at least. There we go. Wasn't even giving me that much before, so. Oh man, it just does that at like the worst time too. But yeah, now I know. If I ever build a big project again, I'm not gonna try and transfer over a bunch of different other projects into it. I'm just gonna like start fresh because that caused so many problems. Not only just transferring everything over there just took forever, and it was telling me to like clear out the Git files and everything like that. I did all that, but it's still Yeah, and from what I know about building now, I don't even need those other folders. Like I could just instruct it on what to build. I think that's just going to be the lessons learned for building in the future. Yeah, building this is just giving me more knowledge about that stuff. So, you know, whatever I build after this is going to be that much better. And, um, anyways. Okay, this time, yeah, it seems like it's actually like giving me progress on what it's doing. Last time, it just like was stuck thinking and not giving me any updates. So, hopefully I can just start moving and flowing now, cause yeah, this I just feel like it was bad timing to where I really was excited to get down my vision and it's having all these problems. But my main intuition is telling me that like, you know, if it keeps doing this, I should just delete all those apps that I moved over here and just have it build everything because I know how to have it build it. The logic on the apps, I think, you know, for the most part, a lot of it is like logic that it could get from a library. And yeah, I think for builds in the future, I don't want to be trying to put all that kind of information into something if it's going to cause this kind of problem, but I wouldn't have known that unless I tried it. Yeah, like the first thing it's doing is okay, it's making the plan now. Took that long just to go through all the existing context. So yeah. Gemini is telling me that intuition is actually a sign of growth as a developer. Every senior engineer eventually hits a point where they realize the weight of this old code is slowing down my new vision. I'm right. I didn't know the limit until I broke it. Now that I know, I can make a clean executive decision. If the crashing continues, even with the legacy cold storage approach, Gemini agrees with me. Delete the folders. It's probably going to be faster. The Claude knowledge factor. Most of the logic for things like RSI, Fibonacci retracements, and candlestick patterns is common knowledge for Claude. Doesn't need to read the old code to know how to calculate a moving average. If Claude writes the tool from scratch, it will use the most modern and efficient way to do it. If it migrates old code, it often tries to patch old bugs into a new system, which is like putting a 1990s engine in a 2026 Tesla. Without those thousands of files to scan, Claude will respond in seconds instead of minutes. If I want to feel 100% safe but get that speed back up to 29 apps on a completely separate folder on your desktop. Delete the cold storage folder from the project and restart, or do a npm cache clean and restart VS Code. The vision flow is the priority, exactly. I mentioned that I was excited to get the vision down. Don't let the clutter kill the vibe. If deleting these apps folders makes the AI snappy and responsive again, do it. You can always tell Claude, I want to build a tool that does X, Y, and Z similar to the one I made before, and it will rebuild it better than the original anyway. So yeah, I wish I would have known this before, but that's just part of learning. Since Claude is finally giving me progress updates now, let's finish the free tier section. If it stays stable, move to the paid tiers. If it freezes again during the paid tiers, that's your final signal. to wipe the legacy folders and go 100% clean slate. I think I just want to do that anyway. It is working, but I feel like even this would have been like way quicker. But at least it didn't freeze up. I definitely did something right by moving that into the cold storage. All right. So I approved the plan. But I would like to go into my old workflow, building in the terminal and having Codex audit it. Okay, yes, I think that now that I understand this better, I almost want to just delete all those old folders. Everything is taking so much longer. It has to scan so much just to do anything. At least this time it hasn't frozen up yet. It says that it created a plan. I approved the plan. So now I'm not sure if it's like actually starting to build, but for a professional build, like, you know, instead of letting Claude build this whole thing in plan mode, you know, do you think it'd be better to do the old workflow I was doing where I build it like one or a few steps at a time in the terminal and then do a Codex audit after each couple steps instead of letting Claude build the whole thing at once? Whoa, the intuition is my engineering. Yup, it just froze up. I'm gonna delete those apps for sure. Um, engineering spidey sense tingling, and I should listen to it. That is really reminding me of a song. Um, like I can feel it. Oh, okay. The handshake is not matching the smile. The fact that it created a plan and I approved it means Claude is now trying to hold the entire architecture in its head at once. Yeah, it says delete the old folders and go hybrid. This is what I'm gonna do. Because it froze up again anyway. All right, so it just froze up again. It looks like it froze up in the middle of writing the tier strategy MD. I'm really ready to delete all these folders. I want you to walk me through what to do to delete these old folders with all the old apps. I'm just gonna like build this from scratch. Um, those old apps were just confusing me anyway, but now I know. So yeah, let me know what to do and keep in mind that it is froze up again like it did before. All right, well, definitely is going slow today and running into some really crazy problem I did not expect. But this is good for a stream, I guess, because it's you know, teaching people a lot. I've never seen any YouTube videos about, you know, giving it too much information and having these kind of problems and not to do this. This is what I was Claude even, I remember asking it, and it was like recommending me that I send these old app folders over. Trying to build a modern high-speed Ferrari while dragging 29 rusty trailers behind me. Gonna go to the terminal to perform the clean sweep. Okay. It's not even, no, I don't want a compact. Thought I said clear. There we go. Okay, so I'll try the new terminal. If it does that weird thing again. Yep, that's so weird. I'm gonna close VS Code, open it back up. What a day so far. I thought I was gonna be making so much progress, but nope, it's being weird. So anyways, I'm thinking this should fix it once and for all. Here we go, deleting the cold storage. No more legacy apps to like weigh everything down and slow everything down. I was kind of had a little feeling when it told me to put all these old apps into it. I was like, isn't that going to be kind of a lot? But you know, I trusted Claude and Gemini's LLMs, and this is a destructive, irreversible operation on your local file system. These files are tracked in Git, so you could recover them from Git history, but the local directory will be gone. Yes, proceed. I have them all saved on GitHub anyway, so even if the folders are gone, I could still rebuild them if I want to, and they're still live on the site. But at least they won't be weighing down this project. Awesome. So everything is removed. The files are still recoverable. There we go. So now I want to deep clean the cache. Oh, it's not even showing up. Good thing I checked that. There we go. Why my vibe is about to improve 1,000%. Without 29 apps to scan, Claude will respond to my prompts in 2 seconds instead of 5 minutes. The AI won't get lost in ghost code. It will only see the clean Next.js 15 structure. Now, when I say build the time machine trader, Claude will use his 2026 brain to build it perfectly rather than trying to fix your old 2024 code. Well, it wasn't 2024, but still, yeah, I understand why this is such a problem now that um I'm gonna give it this error message to or maybe not an error message, just the vulnerability the terminal is flagging is likely a newer set of dependencies or a recommendation to jump to the version 16 stable branch, which was designed specifically to handle the AI agents and high-speed builds we've been struggling with. The pro fix, upgrade to Next.js 16. So yeah, I'm upgrading. And I remember that before too. Like it wanted to be on 16, but a lot of those apps were on 15, so it had to like stay on 15. Um, so I have not yet given you the instructions for the free tier. So I want you to interview me about how to build out the free tier or what I want on the free tier. Let's see if it starts work. Yeah, okay, it's going much faster now. All right, hopefully, hopefully that solves the problem. Um, Also, too, that's I was looking at I had to like basically migrate those apps one at a time, and I was like, man, that is going to be so boring. And I like, yeah, but that's just learning. Build fast, fail fast. I can't build very fast when this is tied down by all these extra apps. But yeah, I learned a ton. Um, this is definitely something I didn't want to have to deal with, but taught me a lot. People in the comments were super helpful about helping me understand what was going on. Took a while to diagnose what the problem was, but now that I get it, and I think in all my future builds, it's going to be so much smoother and so much faster, and I'll know never to try and do that again. So here goes with the interview. Here's what it already knows. Free tier equals learn the language. Okay. Okay, so all those tools were on the legacy apps that I just deleted. So I'm gonna have like very similar tools, but basically what I want to do is have um like one tool that teaches people about candlestick charts and like shows the different candlesticks, and then another tool that's like a game that lets them, learn by playing the game about how to read a candlestick chart. And then I would also do that for like different basic indicators. So I guess for right now, I want to have like candlestick charts, and then I'll take your recommendation for what basic indicators should also have games. Like I had the Candle Quest game, but yeah, I'm not really sure about that. That's getting into more detail. For the educational games, should they feed directly into the time machine or standalone? All right, it gets my vision for the free tier. It's definitely moving like it used to move before I had all these other apps. Okay, for basic indicators to teach alongside candlesticks, RSI, MACD, and Bollinger. That's pretty good. I like having more than just those three. So for now, start with RSI, MACD, Bollinger, moving averages, and volume. Should I do just stocks or stocks and crypto? Um, I'm gonna keep it simple. Start with just stocks, and I could add crypto later. Should free tier users have any social competitive features? Yeah, this is what I'm learning too. Like, I'm always like trying to make sure I get everything perfect, like before I give it the plan, and have it also like everything, make sure everything's included in the plan. But now I'm realizing it's just better to build this stuff like really basic and then just like add things onto it later. How long is one time machine around? What time period does the user trade through? How does the user interact with the market in the time machine? Um, Thinking about having moved through the months, but no, I should do weeks. All right. Writing the plan for the free tier. This is where I got stuck last time trying to write the plan, so hopefully this time is different. Man, what a day so far. Oh. Spidey senses is tingling. Got the radar up. Telling me always like doesn't show me the plan and asks me if I want to accept. User approved the plan, but it did not show it to me. Okay. Hey, at least it's getting past where it was freezing before and it's moving way quicker. All right, so right now it is creating the tier strategy MD with the free tier section and creating the agents MD in the repo root and saving user project memories from interview. The main thing I'm wondering is like once this gets done and the plan is done, um, like is this where I'm gonna start building the free tier? And before my build process was to like have it create a plan MD and then go into the terminal and build one or a few steps at a time and then do the audit after those steps in Codex. Do you think I should do it that way? Because from what I understand, that is a more professional way to catch more bugs. So once Claude finishes writing the tier strategy MD and agents MD, thank it and close that chat session. We want a fresh memory for the actual coding. The surgical build order, open the terminal. And it's even like it still knew some of the logic from those old apps, just from being in there, even after I deleted them. Um, All right, Claude has finished, it says, doing the tier strategy MD and agents MD. Um, like before I did have in my Claude MD and agents MD instructions for Claude, like when it finished the step, that it would create a prompt for the audit that I would give to Codex, and then when Codex finished the audit, it would create a prompt that I would give back to Claude. I'm wondering if you think I should still be doing it like that. Can you help me with a prompt and let me know uh, where to give this prompt so that it remembers to do these things? Move from guessing to systematic building. The auto audit instruction. You want me to manually add that to agents MD? Say no, just tell it to do it. Okay, instead of manually adding that to the agents MD, can you just write a prompt that tells it to put that in the agents MD and includes that? Yeah, they're always trying to add too much. So I'm going to update the agents MD file in the root directory to include a new section called audit and handoff protocol. Always prioritize the stop guessing investor first mission. Yeah, I feel like this should have more than that. Okay, this does not include anything about Codex giving me a prompt that I can give back to Claude Code in regards to what it found and what it wants to fix. True audit loop is a two-way street. Okay, this is like not understanding. I still feel like you don't understand what I'm trying to say. You're just telling this that after each step that Claude should create a prompt on what it did and what files to check and what are the known possible problems for Codex to audit. So I'll give that prompt to Codex. But what I want Codex to do is give me a prompt back on what Claude should fix. Because every time I do an audit, it finds things for it to fix. It usually ranks it by like high, medium, and low. So what this prompt says is it's just saying that Codex should just give it a prompt saying that when everything is good. But it doesn't seem that this is telling Codex to actually create a prompt to give to Claude to know what to fix. Looking at a correction loop, not just a green light button. Yes. So every code change must provide a prompt for Gemini Codex to audit the work. Explicitly instruct Gemini Codex in that prompt to categorize issues by high, medium, and low priority. If issues are found, provide a repair prompt for Claude that contains the specific technical instructions to fix the findings. If no issues are found, provide a resume implementation prompt to move to the next task. Do not attempt to self-correct or move to the next file until I provide the specific repair or resume prompt from Gemini. Now proceed to step 1. No, it doesn't even know what the steps are yet. So also it said it wrote the tier strategy MD, but I do not see it. Must have put it in some random folder that is not easy to find, I'm guessing. Docs. So it should be right there, but it's not. All right, so it says it wrote that stuff to the agents MD. However, it says it already created the tier strategy MD, but I do not see it in the file structure. I know sometimes it writes those MD files and it's like hiding it somewhere to where I can't see it to actually like read it and copy and paste it to you to have you tell me what steps to combine. So yeah, let me know what to do so that the tier strategy MD is visible on the file structure. Classic ghost file issue. I'm even starting to get ideas on creating like my own version of VS Code. It's like custom. Seem to be having like the same problems with things that I don't remember having those problems in Cursor. So why not? Why couldn't I just create my own VS Code that doesn't have these problems that it has me coming up with all the time? Okay. Kind of getting sick of talking to Gemini too. Feel like it's leading me in the wrong direction today. I'm just gonna try talking to Claude straight up. Like, I do not see the tier structure MD in the file explorer. I'm guessing you put it somewhere where it's not showing up in the file explorer with like the agents MD and the Claude MD and the design MD files. Can you move it so I can see it on the file explorer? It's currently inside docs tier strategy MD. I'll move it to the root so it sits next to the agents. Thank you. That's all I had to do. All right. Just feel like it's time to start phasing out Gemini more than before. Okay. Other steps here. Yeah, it's not steps, it's just saying like what to build. So this is different than the plan MDs I was using before. I'm gonna see what Gemini, I'm going back to Gemini already. Oh. All right, now I can see the tier strategy, but it's very different from the plan MDs I was used to using. It doesn't seem like it has steps. So basically, I'm going to paste it here and let me know because I'm not used to building in the terminal. Usually, I would just have the terminal follow the plan MD and tell it like start step one, but this is different. It doesn't have steps. So maybe, I don't know if I should be making some kind of plan MD to go with this. Let me know what you think. Tier strategy is a business blueprint, not a construction manual. That's what I'm saying. It's the what and the why, but you're right. It's missing the how. Professional workflow, we don't code directly from the strategy file. That's what I'm thinking. We use the strategy to create a technical task list. Task list. Why? I don't see the steps yet. Claude wrote this as a reference document. It's the law of the land for InvestiPath. Now we need to tell Claude to look at this law and turn this time machine paper into a step-by-step implementation plan. Should have Claude create a separate file called docs plan paper trader MD. Okay. You're saying to make a plan paper trader MD file. Well, there's going to be multiple paper traders. This is going to be the paper trader, the main feature of the free tier. There's going to be another paper trader that's on the main paid tier. So I just wanted to make sure that it's not going to get confused that if I have multiple paper traders, you know, that it's not going to the same file and getting confused. That's a good idea. I just noticed the comments. Just make one paper trader and feed it different data based on the tier. Yeah, ask Gemini about that. Someone in the comments just mentioned that I should just make one paper trader and feed it different data based on the tier. So I want to know what you think of that because the main thing I'm thinking is that the time machine paper trader, like its logic is going to be, not using the current time. It's going to be like past time, and I'm wondering if that's going to cause any issues. But let me know what you think. I feel like this person in the comments understands coding a lot better than I do. Time to stand up. Okay, the person in the comments is 100% correct. From a dry code, don't repeat yourself perspective. In a perfect world, one trader engine handles everything. However, as a founder, you have to balance clean code with business reality. Here's the breakdown of why you're both right. How to build this so you get the best of both worlds without the past time causing bugs. Um, the ice cream machine analogy. Imagine you're building an ice cream machine. Okay, the commenter says just build one machine. If they pay for free, give them the vanilla. If they pay for pro, give them the sundaes with sprinkles. The risk is if I build one giant machine and the sprinkle part breaks, the whole machine stops serving vanilla. Why the time machine is unique. The free tier isn't just pro with newer features, it's a different physics engine. See, that's what I'm thinking. That might be a problem. The time machine free, it needs to freeze time, jump to 2014, and simulate a next week button. It uses a static database. The Live Sim Pro needs to stay awake, listen to a live API, and update every second. It uses a live stream. The middle path, the professional way. You don't need two different trading pages, but you do need two different data providers. In Next.js 16, we use a pattern called dependency injection. Works like this: the UI, the screen. You build one beautiful trading screen, the buttons, the chart, the portfolio list, the adapter, the plug. If the user is free, you plug in historical adapter. It tells the UI the price is $50 from 2014. Oh, like the price of a stock. Okay. If the user is pro, you plug in the live adapter. It tells the UI the price is 212 from right now. So if I handle it correctly, time is just a number on the graph. It doesn't care if that number is 2014 or 2026. The only place it matters is the logic. In the time machine, the buy button checks the price in the local JSON file. In the live sim, the buy button checks the price from the internet. So say give Claude this instruction. A commenter suggested using one trader for both tiers. I like that, but I want to keep the logic separate. Build a market data provider interface. Create the time machine provider that only pulls from our historical mock data. This way, when we build the pro tier later, we can just swap the provider without rebuilding the whole page. And see, what I was thinking of doing was like having it so like it's like different parts of the site. Like the free tier would be like one like part of the menu. Um, so I wanted to make it so it'd be possible if a person was in the paid tier, they could go back and just use the time machine free tier if they want to. And I don't really understand how that would work, but I think yeah, the best thing to do is just build it out and then I can just like fix it if it's not what I'm thinking. Um and explain that to Gemini. All right, so yeah, like I don't know you know, what it's going to be like having two different charts, if that's going to cause problems. But basically what I was thinking was you know, I wanted the time machine paper trader for the free tier, and I wanted the like live paper trading for the paid tier. But I also want an option so if someone in the paid tier wants to go back and do the time machine, that they can. So like what I was thinking was like having you know, a menu that has like the free tier stuff, and then like the paid tier stuff will just like that part of the menu will be locked until they upgrade. What do you think about my plan? Let me know the pros and cons. My plan for a locked sidebar menu is the industry standard for SaaS because it creates a constant subtle nudge to upgrade. Here are the pros and cons of the split menu versus the universal provider approach. Um, Clear value ladder. Users see exactly what they're missing. The grayed out or lock icon next to the live paper trading is the best marketing you can have. Um, Simpler code initially. You don't have to worry about one file doing too much. The time machine and the live trader can be completely different files. If one breaks, the other still works. When a user clicks time machine, they are in practice mode. When they click live, they're in a serious mode. Separate pages help keep their mindset right. Cons of the split menu plan. Maintenance double work. If you decide to change the color of the buy button, you have to change it on two different files. This is how bugs creep in over time. Heavier app. That's the main thing I think. I'm guessing this is why the guy in the comments, or I don't know if it's guy or girl, person in the comments suggested this because I'm essentially loading two different versions of the same UI logic, which can make the app slightly slower to download, though not a huge deal in 2026. So they're saying a hybrid solution. I can have the locked menu look while still using one machine under the hood. The sidebar has two links, the time machine and the live simulator, which is locked with a icon for free users. Both links actually point to the same trader component, but they send a mode variable. Well, it just created the time machine plan, and it did it in docs and not on the. Okay. If I split, I'm essentially building two apps. I see what you're saying. I should try to make this one. Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. All right, so Claude did just finish creating the time machine plan MD. I'm gonna copy and paste what it says. I think, you know, it does make more sense. The guy in the comments is saying if I build two different charts, it's essentially like two different apps. And I want to keep it, you know, so if it's possible, it's the same chart. The main thing I'm wondering is like the time machine has like buttons to like, you know, speed up into the future and stuff. And obviously that wouldn't be available for a live chart. But I'm guessing like if there's like a toggle thing or something, like it would be the same chart. It would just like change the features. But anyways, I'm gonna paste here the plan for the time machine MD, and let me know what you think. If I should just like create one plan for like one chart that can be changed between free and paid tiers. Yeah, I feel like there's like so much I want to do and I just gotta like start getting it built and then I can make changes to like to get it to where I want to be and I just need to start building. But yeah, I would much rather have one chart instead of two different charts that I have to like it's not universal. Okay. The plan is solid gold because it follows the universal adapter approach we discussed by starting with step one and step two. Claude is building the socket. Even though the plan is named Time Machine, the way it's structured using interfaces in step two means that later, when you want to add the live paper trader, you just plug in a new data provider. The chart itself won't care, it just receives price data and displays it. Okay. Addressing your changing features concern. The time machine has a next week button, but a live chart doesn't. In coding, we handle this with conditional rendering. Think of it like a car dashboard. In manual mode, you see the gear shifter. In automatic mode, the shifter disappears or changes. The dashboard stays exactly the same. So in the code, it will look like this: mode equals historical, and next week button. This tells the app only show this button if we are in the time machine. Um, the audit of the planned time machine MD. All right, let's try this out. Moving to the terminal. Oh, I guess Claude was already up. Well, that's awesome. At least I can see it's doing the right version of Next.js. Okay. All right, I gave it the prompt to do step one. Basically, I'm kind of like wondering how this build is going to go. It sounds like what I should be doing is like building out the whole free tier first, and then when the free tier is good, then I'll move on to create a new plan for the paid tier, and the paid tier would use the same chart, just have different rules, and also the higher paid tier in regards to having a chart to test the trading bot out would also use the same chart. It would just have different rules. Is this correct how I should do it? And I'm just building like one tier at a time. Exactly on the right track. This is called iterative professional development. Awesome. By building the free tier first, you aren't just building a cheap version, you're building the master engine that the rest of the business will run on. The one engine, three tiers logic. Think of your chart like a professional racing simulator. Tier 1, you're driving a stock car on a private track. Tier 2, you're driving the same car on a live city street. Tier 3, you're letting an AI autopilot drive that same car. That's actually a good analogy. Um, why this works. If you find a bug in the steering wheel, the buy sell buttons while building tier 1 is fixed for tier 2 and tier 3 automatically. I really like, yeah, that makes so much more sense. Respect every time to the commenter for that. Yeah, this is making so much more sense to do it like this. Um, did not give me a Wait, here we go. Instructions for auditor. Okay, here we go. Instructions for auditor. So I'll go into Codex. Codex got a new window talking about subagents now. Delegate work to subagents that work in parallel. May increase token usage. Yeah, so that's the main thing I'm understanding about subagents is like can increase the token usage. And just like having a difficult time understanding like, you know, what do I need subagents for? Sometimes it automatically launches them. If it's going to increase the token, like is it really worth it? Like how much extra time am I going to save by using subagents? Yeah, these are all things like I'm still learning. I feel like I'm getting to this point in my workflow where it definitely makes sense to have like skills and subagents. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna ask Gemini about that right now. I want to know more about skills and subagents. So from what I understand, I could implement skills into this project. So like from what I understand, I could do like one skill for the time machine paper trading thing and another skill for the you know, like the live paper trading, another skill to build the bots. I'm just not really sure like how many skills I should build. Do I build this like one skill for each of the indicator tools? Like help me understand skills better first, and then I'll go on to the agents. Think of skills as professional certifications you give to an AI. Instead of teaching one AI how to do everything, you give it a specific toolbox for a specific job. In the world of Claude, a skill is essentially a predefined set of functions. All right, here we go. Just having Claude make the auto fix. The skill is a discrete capability, it's not just code, it's the how-to manual. A chart drawing skill knows how to take a list of numbers and turn them into a candlestick chart using a library like recharts. A technical analysis skill knows the math for RSI, MACD, and Bollinger Bands. Oh, I see. So it wouldn't be like one skill for each indicator. There's just like a skill for technical analysis, a skill for chart. Okay. Historical data skill knows how to search through your JSON file from 2014 and pull the right prices. How many skills you should build. The goal isn't to have 1,000 tiny skills, but to group them by domain. Um, Recommending 4 core skills: market data skill, fetching prices, historical now, live later, analytics skill, calculates RSI, MACD, and stop guessing signals, game engine skill, handles the time machine logic, weeks, portfolio math. Okay. And order execution skill handles the buy sell logic and portfolio tracking. Why not a skill for every indicator? Because RSI and MACD use 90% of the same math. If you make them separate skills, Claude will get confused switching between them, group them into one analytic skill. Skills versus subagents, the CEO model. This is where it gets powerful. Once you have these skills, you can create subagents. The main agent, the CEO, this is The Claude you talk to, it looks at your request and decides which employee subagent to call. The specialist subagents. Okay, so you got like this is what I understand about like the agents. You have like one agent that's like a CEO that manages all the subagents, and the subagents like all communicate with the CEO. So I would say like run a time machine around. CEO calls the game master subagent. Game master loads the market data skill to get the 2014 data and the order execution skill to let you buy. All right. So it's like right now I'm just like building these out so they're there, and then I can like add these skills I'm thinking to like get it to where I want to be. Um while Claude is surgical, it only looks at the skill it needs. It doesn't want to try to scan all 29 apps. And we already deleted these. Just looking at the market data skill folder, it stays lightweight and fast. Yeah, this is what I should have done. Instead of like trying to upload 29 different apps into one project, I should have just given it skills from the start, but now I know. It's crazy. The learning definitely just learning so much off of my mistakes, so much more than anything else. And yeah, this whole thing was like, I'm seeing how to make it so much simpler. Like I wanted it to do so much, and I feel like it can still do a lot, but I'm learning how to make it do a lot with like having a minimal amount of like information and layout. Like I want this to be something that could even like work on mobile, and that's something I believe I told it before, but I want to like double check. All right. So don't worry about coding these skills yet. Claude will naturally create these folders as we follow the planned time machine. So skills are tools in the belt, subagents are the experts wearing the belt, and I'm the architect giving them the blueprints. So it sounds like you're saying that Claude automatically creates skills, but I could direct it to create skills to have everything more organized and flowing better. Is this kind of what you're saying? Exactly. Think of it like this. Claude can just throw all your tools into one big messy junk drawer, but you are the chief architect. You can direct it to build a professional tool chest instead. If you don't direct it, Claude will just write code in whatever file is open. If you direct it to use skills, you're forcing the AI to stay organized, which prevents the blank screen crashes we saw earlier. So that's going to help with that too. Yeah, all these problems just lead me to like more solutions to make everything better. So yeah, I like catch myself getting frustrated a little bit when those problems come up, but yeah, I just need to keep reminding myself like those are the best learning experiences, and I learn more through those problems. Like I should be like welcome. I should just be like thankful every time a problem like that happens. Um, Audit results passed, files reviewed. Okay, so I could just say start Why I should direct Claude to build skills for a project with 29 planned apps. No, organized flow is your only defense against chaos. By directing Claude to build specific skill modules, you get reusability. You build the market data skill once for the time machine. When you build the pro tier, you don't just rewrite it, you upgrade that specific skill. When Claude is working on the candlestick game and doesn't need to load the paper trader logic, only loads the education skill, easier audits. When I send code to check, I'll just say audit the analytics skill logic, and I won't have to wade through 500 lines of CSS to find the math. So yeah, this is like I think one of the best things about skills that I didn't understand before was it makes it so there's less code. I think that's the best way to say it, because like the more code there is, the more it has to go through, the longer everything takes, the more tokens it's going to take, and the more possibility that it could freeze up. So when I create these skills, it's making it just way like leaner, um, much easier to do audits, much easier to like run. It should maybe even run faster. So yeah, skills are definitely like that. The only thing, the way I saw skills before was just like instructions on how to do something, and I'm like, well, the code can already do that, so what's the point? So now I'm getting it way better. The point is that having these skills is really gonna just make it run so much better, in so many different ways, just from a perspective of like not being weighed down by a ton of like code that has instructions. It sounds like okay. How to direct the skills. I don't need to do this all at once. I can do it during the surgical steps. Instead of just writing the data logic in the page file, I want to establish our first skill module as our market data skill. The skill should have one job. Okay. Let me just get this audit prompt going. Okay, so yeah, I did the audit on step one, and I had it build step two in the terminal. Now it's doing the audit for step two. You're saying that I should be doing these skills while I'm building out these steps. Um, Basically, what I'm wondering is would it be a problem if I just had to build these steps out and then created the skill? So, the first thing I'm thinking of if I do it like that is there's going to be a lot of code that's extra that's not needed that could just be um, like information that could be from a skill. So yeah, let me know. Let me know what you think in regards to just building out this tier and then creating the skills after I build it out. Yeah, I feel like I'm finally starting to flow after all this like random stuff that I had to like fires I had to put out. Just weird stuff that I never would have thought that I had to deal with today. But yeah, it's all about keeping an open mind because you never know what's gonna happen, and that's just business. Like, I mean, that's business. Like being an employee, pretty much have a set of rules to follow, and it's not so much about having to improvise on the fly. But this is a skill. This is definitely like a skill that throughout the years of doing this, just get better at it. And stuff that 5 years ago would have, or 10 years ago would have made me just like make me want to holler and throw my hands up in the air. Now I'm just so used to dealing with this stuff that is like maybe I'll just like sigh a little bit and just be like, okay, another problem, no big deal. Time to learn more. All right, so we got the repair prompt for Claude. So what I was talking about with Gemini is like this is a classic build versus architect dilemma. In the short term, building it all now and skillifying it later feels faster, but in the long term, it creates a massive refactoring headache. So yeah, I should have done that before. Here's the honest breakdown of the pros and cons of waiting till the end of the tier to create the skills. Build first, skill later. Wait until the end. The pros: momentum, you see the time machine working sooner. Discovery, you learn exactly what code you actually use before you try to organize it. The cons: the spaghetti problem. Your page.tsx will be a 500 line mega file. This is exactly what causes VS Code blank screen crash. So that's what I want to avoid. When you finally decide to make a skill, you'll have to manually cut, paste, and fix all the broken links you created. Without skills, Claude has to relearn how to calculate RSI every time and opens a new file. The surgical skill path, do it during the steps. Pros: crash proof. By putting logic into skills folders, your UI files stay tiny. Claude handles these files 10 times faster. Um, instant reusability. The moment you finish step 2, your market data skill is ready. Decide to build a quick quote widget tomorrow, you just call that skill, you don't rewrite it. The main thing is like I'm getting this, but like if I didn't know this, how would I know like what skills to build? And yeah, this is just a new step. Instant reusability, cleaner audits. Since I'm already on step 2, I don't have to go back. I'm actually in the perfect spot to start. Instead of building step 2 inside the page, tell Claude to build it as a service module, which is just a fancy name for the skill, but I've already built step 2, doing the bug fixes on step 2. Okay, yeah, so like the main thing is like me as a beginner, I don't know like which skills to build, when to build them. Sounds like you're saying like I should have been building them already. But like it's not too late. I can just start doing it now. So right now it is already built step 2 and now it is just fixing the things from the audit that it found for the step 2 audit, and it just finished doing that. So basically let me know what you think about like I do want to add the skills. So what do you think about like going back and doing skills? What skills should I build? This is what I'm confused about. All right. I'm exactly where I need to be. I haven't missed the boat on skills. Step 2 is the perfect place to start because it handles your data. Step 1, I defined the words, and step 2, I built the brain, the data engine. Now I just need to tell Claude to package that brain into a skill folder instead of just leaving it as loose files. What skills should I build for Path? As a beginner, don't overcomplicate this. I only need 3 main toolboxes to run the entire Tier 1 and Tier 2 business. Market data skill handles pulling prices, historical for free, live for pro. Analytics skill, the math, RSI, MACD, okay, all the technical indicators. Use this for the education games and the paper trader. And the trade engine skill, the wallet, portfolio, buy, sell, profit, loss math. This ensures the 10K starting cash is tracked correctly. how to skillify step 2 right now. Since Claude just finished the step 2 auto fixes, we should perform a surgical migration. This takes the code Claude just wrote and puts it into a skill structure so the rest of the project stays clean. So I'm giving it this prompt. I want to formalize our project structure using skills. The goal, take the logic from step 2 and move it into a dedicated market data skill. Create a folder, src skills market data. Move the mock data generator and provider logic into this folder. Create an index.tsx in that folder that exports the main functions. Update any references in the project to point to this new skill folder. This will be our universal skill for fetching prices across all tiers. Okay. If I had tried to build skills in step 1, I wouldn't have had any code to put them in. Doing it now is the professional sweet spot. The UI, the screen, will be empty and clean. The logic, the math, will be tucked away in its own private office. When I move to the paid tier, we don't change the UI, we just add a live file to the market data skill folder. Don't worry, Gemini is saying, don't worry about being a beginner by telling Claude to build in SRC skills. You're forcing the AI to act like a senior architect. It will keep the files small, which means fewer crashes and faster coding. Once Claude moves the files to the skills market folder, it will give me a new audit prompt. Paste that here. I'll check if the skill is organized correctly for our stop guessing mission. Ready to turn your step 2 code into your first professional skill. All right. So I've got the auto request, and I'm going to give that to Gemini to make sure I'm doing it right. I'll be right back. Major milestone. Successfully moved from loose code to a professional skill architecture. By moving these files into SRC skills market data, you built the first specialized brain of the InvestaPath. The migration is clean, but since we're being surgical, found a few tiny things to tighten up to ensure the time machine doesn't have any data glitches later. Repair prompt for Claude. Yeah, I don't see the skills folder in the sidebar. And I also don't see the plan folder. And originally, I did not see the tier strategy MD folder either. It seems like when it's creating these files or folders, it is not putting them where I can see them in the sidebar. Is putting them in a doc folder, which I don't like because then I can't see them and I can't click on them. So, yeah, any advice about that would be helpful. It's like, why does it do that sometimes, but not all the time? Common frustration with how modern editors and AI agents organize things. Claude thinks is being helpful by tucking things into a docs or SRC skills folder. It can feel like your code is disappearing. Just gave me a prompt for the terminal so I can see the to move all the MD files to the main list and delete the empty docs folder. So yeah, I'm thinking what I wanted to get done for today is at least get this build out for the free tier and get the skills made for the free tier, and then I can test it and see what I need to change and get that right. Let me talk to Gemini about this. Just notice in the comments, massive respect every time. Hope you're doing good. Tofu is asking me if I can explain my last name. Wow, I don't think I've ever been asked that question before, but I understand my last name is, I think it's like from England, that my ancestors that had that name were from England. I notice a lot of like England names have ham on the end of it. Um, I guess I don't know too much about it if it means something. Um, yeah, I'm sorry I can't help you too much there. Just the name that was given to me, I guess. Uh, yeah, I guess if you want more detail, I guess just be more specific, and then if it's an important part of my diet, that's funny. Yeah, no, but like definitely I've heard that throughout the years. Uh I do like bacon. But yeah, I try to avoid eating pork. Um, definitely definitely like pork, but yeah, it's definitely not the best food to be eating for health wise. So yeah, I know your name is Tofu, so you should know that. I don't really like tofu that much, but I would have to say mostly I'm liking the salmon and the lobster and the seafood stuff. So yeah, definitely respect every time. Definitely got me laughing for a minute. So how's the dev going? Today has been a struggle. Today has been ran into some like I was like really like ready to just get started, had done all the research, had like the vision ready to go, and just found out that it kept freezing up on me. The reason it was freezing up was based on the fact that basically I was advised by Gemini and Claude to move all the 29 app folders that I created into this new project. I didn't realize that that gave it so much information that it was like it had to scan through all those every time I tried to have it do something. It was taking forever and it kept freezing up. So I ended up finally just deleting those old apps. And then I found out that because those old apps were using the older version of Next.js, that was a good thing because I was able to update to a better version to build everything, not with the better version. And starting to learn how to implement skills. I gave it the logic for the free tier. So right now I'm building out the free tier and just kind of like started from scratch in regards to not relying on those old app files. But yeah, what turned out to be like really frustrating in the beginning of like not knowing what was going on, never seen this stuff crashing before, ended up teaching me a lot and got a lot of good help from the comments today. So you know, if I had just been building this not live, probably would have taken me twice as long to figure everything out. And yeah, it helps so much to understand how this works and to avoid that from happening in the future. But yeah, and then that led me to even like skills, because then skills makes it so there's even less data to be scanning every time. So yeah, I'm definitely making progress, even though sometimes it seems slow. Is it's good. So let's see. All right, I just wanted to remind you too that I did delete all those 29 apps. They were making everything freeze up. It was way too much info. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Those apps do not exist there anymore. I just told it to move everything. And then I'm guessing I should go back and give it that prompt about from now on, do not use the docs folder. Keep all the MD files in the root directory so I can see them easy in the sidebar. So Tofu, how did you get your name? Or I mean, could you explain your name, Tofu? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Um, I know what tofu is, but not lofu or lao. I don't even know how I would pronounce that, but yeah, it's an interesting name. Um, all right, so yeah, awesome. Now I can see all the MD files. There we go. That helps a lot. saying please run step 2 repairs. Um, yeah, sidebar looks much better with all those MD files. Way easier to stay organized and to actually like be able to click on the file to read it. So basically, I'm kind of getting like starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed because I'm implementing these skill files into the build. You're talking about going to build step 2, but step 2 is already built, and I believe I already gave it that prompt about creating a skill for step 2, so it should have done that already. What do you think is the next step? Going back to the comments, Tofu has changed the mind. It still believes code will be important after reading. Don't know how to pronounce its old article. Doesn't mean knowing how to code is important, but the idea of code is still important. I think I know what you're saying. Um, like understanding code, like, but not, you don't need to know how to write it, but understand it, like at least the basics of like the structure and stuff. Because a lot of like, how it's explaining what it's building and stuff is like, showing the code and like, and just even this problem that I'm getting to today. Like if I understood that, if I was a coder, I would have like understood that already. That like, having too much code is gonna make it slow down and freeze up. And I want to build things as lean as possible. Basically like the less code the better. But yeah, there's a bunch to this that I totally see like yeah, it's like understanding code is important. It's super important. But writing code is like way less important. So that person you're talking about is an important mathematician programmer who created a lot of foundational articles or algorithms. So yeah, that's awesome. Like I'm gonna write that person's name down to do some research on that person. Dijkstra. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool that like I did not expect today the lessons would be all like about the code and stuff, and that's just like what the universe needed me to understand today to make this project work. And yeah, I'm just glad instead of getting all frustrated, I yielded. I just yielded to the problem. And by yielding to that problem and stopping what I was doing and figuring out what that was all about, has made the build so it's going to be so much better. If I would have just been like whatever, like, and just not figured it, I could have just like restarted it and just kind of pushed through it and have it wait, took longer to do what it was doing and not actually figured it out. I wouldn't have got the lesson from it. And the lesson is definitely going to make the app way better. And everything I do from now on, like it all just compounds off each other. And I know whenever I'm done building this, the next thing I build, I'll just learn so much from this. The next thing will be better, and it'll just keep getting better. But the main thing is to keep building and keep learning from my mistakes and keep yielding to the way. All right, we got good news. The hard part is over. The overwhelmed feeling comes from the reorganization. Now that the files are in the root, the market data skill is established. We are back into a smooth, predictable rhythm. Step 3. So here's the new prompt. Step 2 is complete and the market data skill is ready. Execute step 3, the game engine, create a new skill folder, build a logic for calculate portfolio value, takes current prices and user holdings, execute trades, simple math to add, remove stocks from the user's list, advanced time, logic to move from week 1 to week 2, constraint, keeps this logic pure, just math, no React UI yet. End of step, provide the audit prompt for Gemini. Yeah, I definitely don't see the skill in the sidebar, but that's fine. Um, the code is the spec, and the spec is the code. Just got a comment saying the code is the spec, and the spec is the code. Could you explain that more? Kind of feel like I get it, but I'm not sure. One of the most profound Zen moments. Wow. Cheers to that. When someone says the code is the spec, they're telling you that in a perfect project, your code should be so clean, readable, and well structured that anyone or any AI can read it and instantly understand the business rules without needing a manual. Here's the breakdown of what that means for Investipath. I'm going to give this audit prompt to Codex. But yeah, this is all coming together today. Like, I didn't even know the universe just needed me to learn this lesson today before I kept moving. And I was doing something wrong. I had no idea. And yeah, today is the lesson. The lessons are major today. I'm making way more progress through learning today than I am with building, but this has been essential to learn this to be able to build what I want to build. And yeah, if these problems hadn't happened, probably would have been a way bigger problem later. So this is awesome. Okay, we got now the prompt for Claude, and we do have a high priority. So I'm gonna get it working on this. So what Gemini is saying is not what Tofu's saying. Tofu's saying it means the code is the actual document that actually outlines what's going on. If you have another document as a spec, it's just in direction. So yeah, it's sort of what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely see like the sort of part, but it's not exactly. So so basically what Gemini is saying is that the code should be so well structured that it instantly understands the business rules without needing a manual. But what you're saying is it isn't that we don't need documentation. Like documentation is still necessary, or maybe not necessary is the best word, but documentation is still very helpful. But it shouldn't need just just the code to understand it, I guess. So yeah, we still do need manuals and documentation, but the code is the ultimate hard truth at its core. Yeah, that is definitely a Zen way to think about it. And man, I feel like when I'm done with this project, I want to write a book about like the Zen of coding, cuz like I had no idea I would like coding so much. Well, I guess I probably wouldn't have liked writing code, but vibe coding, like I had no idea I would like this so much, and I had no idea that this would be like so zen and something it doesn't matter, but it matters how you do it. Like you could do it without, you could build it, like you're saying, like, and maybe I would like writing code. That's I just feel like if I started writing code now, I'd be sitting there thinking about how much quicker it would be to just have Claude do it. But who knows? Maybe I just time goes on and I just start seeing so much more value in writing code. And once I get to very large projects, vibe coding and writing code is very similar since the velocity is roughly the same. I bet, and I'm starting to see that now. Because yeah, this is the main thing going from like these simple apps to this larger project is teaching me so much. Um, and it's all like stuff I didn't know that I needed to know. So yeah, I just got to keep building and learning, and who knows where this path will lead me. But I just got to keep yielding to every problem and try to be as zen as possible. Build things the way I'm thinking, the way I'm building. Yeah, all this stuff. Definitely unlocking a new level to my life that I would have never imagined. Um, when I started vibe coding, I did not. It was just like kind of an intuition, picking up on business trends and everything, but I had no idea how much this would like play into my life as far as like just like the zen understanding of it. And the skills that I would build along yeah, it's just so rewarding in so many ways I never would have thought. Um in larger projects, the barrier has never been writing the code, it's the bureaucracy of adding a new feature. And then does like any stakeholder know you're changing this? So I think what you're saying is like the bigger the project, the more it is about managing the code and the features to keep it, like zen and lean and simple, I guess. Like the DAO, the spec is the code and the code is the spec. The bigger the project, the more likely someone is dependent on some sort of weird edge case, and changing those edge cases can have real world business impact. So there's a lot of red tape to any change. So I think kind of what you're saying is like when things get to be more complex, changing one thing is more likely to have an effect on everything else. Like changing one simple thing can break everything else. So it's like a whole new game of doing these more complicated builds. But also users will complain about any change, especially if I didn't communicate it. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. So like it sounds like the best thing to do for that is to really like get it right from the start. Make sure that like before I actually like put it out there on the market that it's like I've done as much as I can, but I guess, that's inevitable that things are going to change over time, especially with business. I'll find that maybe certain features people never use and certain features people use a ton, and I'll just need to change the project over time just for like the users. But yeah, that's another thing is like, when I'm like going to a website and like I've done it 100 times and I'm used to like it being so easy and like I know exactly where to navigate to find what I'm looking for. And I go back and they changed everything and I can't find something and it's super annoying. It makes me just not want to use that site anymore sometimes. So I think I get what you're saying. So it's much more important to be good at cutting through the red tape and learning how to not make core breaking changes. And it sounds like skills are very essential to doing that because it sounds like when I have skills, like the better I do with like explaining things in skills, the less like the code needs to change and I can just like change the skills over time instead of be like changing stuff in the code, I guess. Okay, so that was the audit for step 3. So yeah, sometimes AI will change your existing code. So part of the architecture is learning how to set up the project that is tolerant to change over time. Get a job, Unk. Respect every time. Manzillion. How you doing? Good to see you. What kind of job do you think I should get? What kind of job do you think would be best for me? Um, why do you think that I should get a job? I remember I remember when I was like younger, one of those claw machines, I won this t-shirt in the claw machine, but it was like all rolled up and I couldn't see what it said. And when I unrolled it, it just said, "Why don't you get a haircut and get a real job?" And I, I used to I used to wear that shirt like, "Yeah, this is my free shirt." Like I just need to get a haircut and get a real job. But yeah, here's an interesting thing to mention. How much I feel like the universe has does not want me to get a job. So I've not had a job in like 15 years. And let's see. This was right before the pandemic and I was just not feeling like the old business I was doing. I was starting to think like, maybe I should just get a job, but in the back of my mind I was like, come on, like I know I don't want to do that. Like I feel like I have much more value to provide to the universe by doing what I'm doing with my business stuff and like do I really want to get a job, but like someone was telling me like like oh this job's super easy and it pays a lot and I was like all right well I'll look into it. So like I applied for the job and right away they're like yeah you're hired, like just come in tomorrow and we'll get you started. And I remember just not even be able to sleep that well that night, like oh man I feel like I'm just going against like my plan in life, like this just doesn't feel right. This just doesn't feel like so like I shouldn't be getting a job, like I should just stay on my plan. Like it feels like I'm backing out of like my destiny. So anyways I wake up the next morning and I got like a message from the job saying like yeah we're closed down, some kind of pandemic thing, so we'll let you know when we're reopening. And that was like the next day like everything closed down. And I'm like, wow, I feel like the universe really is like does not want me to get a job. But yeah, I didn't want to either. But anyways, yeah, enough going off of that. Um that's funny. All the people telling me to get a job. Nope, can't give up on my path, can't give up on my destiny. Maybe one day I will get a job, but doesn't feel like something I should be doing anytime soon. Okay, so let's see. That was step 3. Spec first prompt for step 3. No, that was step 3. All right, so step 3 is done. Give me the prompt for step 4 if you think that I should be implementing any skills. Otherwise, I guess I could just tell it to start step 4. Yeah, I love to hear when people say I need to just get a job. Step 3 is done. I know the market data skill, the brain and the trade engine skill, the math. Step 4 is the big moment. It's where we build the UI shell, the actual screen the users will see. Following the lead engineer strategy, we're not just going to dump code into a page, we're going to build the trading UI skill. The toolbox that knows how to handle charts and buttons. Why UI skill? If you build the time machine screen directly in the page.tsx, you can't reuse it. But if I build it as a skill, you can use the exact same order entry box or price display for the live trader later. Awesome. So step 3 is complete. The logic is solid. Now execute step 4, the UI shell. Create the visual home for the time machine. Create a new skill folder. Inside this folder, create 3 small clean components. Price header.tsx displays the current price and 24-hour change. Action panel.tsx, the buy, sell, and next week buttons. Portfolio summary.tsx, show cash versus stock value. Okay. So something I'm wondering about this build, like in the past for apps, I was using like I think it was called recharts, and it was basically getting like a chart from TradingView. And when I tried to have it build its own chart based off of like math and stuff, it looked really awful. But yeah, I'm thinking for like a paid app, I don't want to use a chart that has a TradingView logo on it. Let me know what you think about what I'm just telling you in regards to right now is it just like building a chart based off of like, math, or is it like importing a chart from somewhere? These are the things I'm wondering. Classic buy versus build dilemma for any fintech founder. If I'm asking people to pay for a pro tier, I can't have a powered by TradingView logo staring at them. It's like a hobby project, not a professional terminal. Um, Here's a breakdown of the 3 options and how we're handling it in steps 4 and 5. So the default TradingView widgets, the good. It looks exactly like the charts everyone's used to. The bad, it has the logo. It's hard to customize for a time machine. It hates historical data, and you don't own the data. That's the main thing. The verdict, avoid for InvestaPath. It clashes with your stop guessing custom mission. The beginner, recharts, basic math. The good, totally free, no logos, easy to code. The bad, as you noticed, it looks awful for trading. It lacks the financial polish. Candlesticks look like thin sticks, no easy zooming. The verdict, good for educational games like Candle Quest, but not for the main trader. Uh, the the Pro Vibe, lightweight charts by TradingView. Wait, is this different? Yes, TradingView has a library, not a widget called lightweight charts. Okay, I remember using that. This is the engine behind professional platforms. It has no logos, it is incredibly fast, and it lets you feed any data you want, historical or live. It looks like $1 million app. It handles the math of the candles automatically. So you don't have to build it from scratch. What we're doing in steps 4 and 5. In step 4, we're just building the frame, the buttons, and the headers. In step 5, we'll implement the TradingView UI skill using that lightweight charts library. So there won't be a logo. That's the main thing. It will be pure Investipath branding. It'll have a professional feel, smooth zooming, and financial blue-red candles you want. Customization. Because it's a library, we can draw your stop guessing signals directly on the chart. Why this fits the one engine strategy. The lightweight charts library is perfect for your plan because it doesn't care if the data is from 2014 or right now. We just plug our market data skill into it. Don't let Claude try to build a chart from raw math using DIVs and CSS. It always looks amateur. Give me a prompt. So I like that prompt that you gave me, but I already had it start step 4. And it looks like that prompt is assuming that I hadn't started step 4 yet. So if this is the case, I would like you to rewrite the prompt so I can give it to it before I start step 5. And that's so funny. Yeah, how can I get a job when uh when I gotta get those powder days, man? If I have a job and like it snows like 2 feet and I have to go to that job and like know I could be out in the mountains snowboarding, or like what if the waves are firing? What if the waves are firing, bro? And like I have to go to my job. How am I gonna surf those big waves when I have to work at a job? Or like what if like the wind is blowing and like I want to get out and fly around on my foil board and I have to go to a job. But yeah, no, for real though, like that's I think that's gonna be like I gotta find a way to like make a theme of that. Like just get a job, Unk. Cause like I was looking at that like Unk, like I didn't even know what Unk meant up until I started this challenge. And one of the other commenters was like something about like Unk and the skill issues, and I'm like, why is this person trying to tell me about the University of North Carolina? I was like, I never even heard that term before. But yeah, now I know. So, oh man. Repair prompt for Claude. Okay. So I got a prompt for after step 4 is done about the chart. So yeah, that was like perfect timing for me to think about that chart stuff now. If I hadn't done all those different apps, I would have not even thought of that. Doing all those different apps first definitely makes me know so much about building finance apps and certain things like that I learned. Like if it tries to build its own chart, it's going to look horrible. If it tries to use that one charting method that it tries to recommend, it's going to have the trading view logo, and that's not going to work for a monetized business. Um, all the different API stuff. Yeah, so much to learn. But oh man, this is in all caps too. All right, so yeah, that audit's done. I'm gonna give it this prompt about the charting engine. Yeah, balancing a lot of things today outside of business stuff. Just having things that I planned that didn't go as planned, and just having to like navigate on the fly, and who knows if everything's gonna work out. But I already had some plan, and I'm gonna do it, and just have to hold the faith that everything will work out because already too much has been set in motion. But that's life. So just getting better at what I'm doing every day. Okay. Uh all right. So now I will want to get the prompt for step 5. Actually, I think when I'm done with this step, I'm going to run the npm.dev, run npm dev. I'm going to see what I got so far. But yeah, I'm definitely making so much progress with this. I'm feeling like just like it's gonna be so awesome when I just like understand all this stuff so well, and I'm just like cruising through everything, and I can just build super complicated things super easily, being ahead of the game. Like, and like I want to create like so many things. One of the things I want to create is like my own marketing company basically that doesn't do marketing for other businesses, just does marketing for my businesses. So like I was explaining that to people and they didn't get it. They're like, so like once you build this marketing company, like how are you gonna find clients? And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like I'm not building this to find clients. I'm building this so I can create more businesses. And they're like, well, how would having your own marketing department, don't you have to like build a marketing department for each business? And I'm like, no. I'm like, even if I like was a marketing agency, I would be building out the same marketing use cases for each business. So if I was really that good of a marketer, which I believe I am, well then wouldn't it make more sense to market my own businesses instead of somebody else's business? And like people were just so used to the concept of a marketing agency that markets for other businesses, they just could not understand that. And I was like, no, like I will like build a marketing agency so I can like manage like 10 of my own businesses and just keep building businesses. And this is like the end game. Like I'm seeing this like I always have way too many good ideas. I just need to create systems that I can like do all these things at once and just build them one at a time. And like once I'm like building, I build this out, I build the system for this, and then the next thing I build, like it'll be so much easier because I've already built it and I already understand how that system works. I already understand where I like ran into problems with that. And at the end of the day, in a way, I feel like I'm kind of like overwhelmed and behind with all this stuff, but I know I just keep on working and I'll get there. And I'll be at a point where like the people I've understand that can already do this, like they're getting job offers like every day. Like, come work for my company. I'll pay you like $1 million a year. You just like AI ties everything for us. And these people are like, nope. I could just make $1 million a month and just be free to work on my own schedule. Okay, here we go. Instructions for the auditor. So yeah, when this audit's done, I'm going to do the first npm run dev, and I'm going to look at the UI. What's up, Javi? Respect every time. Um, Good evening. The Empire is going great. So today has been interesting. Started out, had the vision ready, was ready to get started, and Claude just kept freezing up on me. So I was like, "What's up with that? What's going on?" Ended up after doing some like research, ended up finding that by trying to give all those apps to Claude for this project, it just gave it way too much info for it to be scanning every time and it was causing it to freeze up. So, thanks to helpful people in the comments and doing some research, I found out that yeah, it's probably better if I just like take those old projects out. And that got me to understanding more about skills and just like we were talking about like the zen of coding, and it's all about keeping things lean and making it as like simple, like not having too much code, especially for these bigger projects. And that problem led me to understanding, like it like took me to a new level. Like I'm understanding this stuff so much better. There's a lot of different things that I have to understand for a bigger project like this compared to like the apps I was doing before. But yeah, I'm definitely making a ton of so it's weird. It's like I made way less progress in the build than I thought I would, but I made so much progress in my understanding and knowledge of like vibe coding and coding that today has like already been a win. So yeah, basically I have been kind of doing the planning for the different tiers, and right now I'm building out the kind of like the basic parts of the free tier. So see, just did the part about the charts. Yeah, 30 days ago definitely seemed like a year ago. Um, I like knew nothing about vibe coding. I was like, I mean, I'm still bad at it, but I was like way worse at it before. All the mistakes I've made, all the learning I've done. And that's so awesome because I mean, I think this is day like 33 or 34, and I've still got so much more. So if I already made this much progress by now, think I'm where I'm gonna be by like day 100. I feel like by that time I'll just be like a pro at this. Like, and that's what I'm seeing too, because like I'm watching like videos, mostly YouTube videos, almost every day, even if it's only like 10 minutes on people explaining coding and vibe coding and Claude Code and all that stuff. And I'm totally feeling like I'm getting to a part where like not only are they saying stuff that just like I understand like already everything they're saying, but in ways I'm like understanding more than the people on YouTube that are explaining this stuff. So I'm like, oh man, like there's still people that I know they get it better than me, but yeah, I know I just stick with it, just keep doing what I'm doing. And it's so awesome that this is like live and I'm recording it along the way, and so many awesome people to help me. Even if people are just telling me to get a job in all caps, at least it's like kind of putting a smile on my face. Um, but yeah, let's see. I'm thinking it's a good time, and I think it's the first time to do the npm run dev and check out the local site, see what it's built so far. And I think I got like 1 or 2 steps for this free tier part of the build. Got the 3,000 today. There we go. And you signed up for the NVIDIA developer. You get a ton of free stuff and access to NVIDIA stuff and agents for free, like Nemotron, etc. So yeah, you're the second person to bring that up today. Somebody else was telling me that they just started using NemoClaw. And then I was like, what's that? Like, I thought it was like, but yeah, NVIDIA just basically released. I did see like an article on that. Um, so it sounds like NVIDIA made like their own version of OpenClaw called NemoClaw. So I think I took a note down. Yeah, but NVIDIA developer. Yeah, it's so awesome to see all these companies competing against each other. So I mean, this is what's really speeding up the technology improvements, in my opinion, is having all these companies compete against each other. Because, it's like one company puts out an update, and then like every other company's got to like one up them and like put it out better than before. So I feel like it's keeping costs low, and it's keeping the updates quick. Um, okay, so I finished step four. I had to do the audit for step four. I just hit npm run dev to check out the site. It took me to I have it set up so the landing page is first, but I forgot, like, how do I get from the landing page on the local host to the actual, like, hub? Yeah, it is an hourly update. And it went from when AI first came out, like when it was just like GPT was the main player. I mean, the updates were maybe like once a month, it seemed like. And then it went from like once a month to once a week to now it's like hourly. It's like, how do you keep up? But it is totally possible to keep up. Just have to have the time to do it. And by learning one tool, then you like understand the next one so much better. And by us keeping up on this right now, oh man, we're gonna be so far ahead. I totally see this is where everything is going. And this skill set that we're building right now by keeping up with this stuff is just like it's money already. Like we're already building awesome things, but yeah, I mean think about a year from now. Think about even 6 months from now. Just keeping up with this stuff and staying on top of this trend. Yeah, we're gonna have powers. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, it was like dashboard, I think. Yep. Awesome. So that was already there. Let me see if there's anything different. No, it pretty much looks the same still. So your fear is the token game. We'll need tokens to build more and more. Um, yeah, I've heard some people saying that, but I kind of think that they're gonna keep trying to make it so that uh it's accessible to everybody, especially right now. Until there's like a clear winner, I think, just from understanding business, and like all these companies are competing against each other right now, and I feel like people haven't really stuck to like a certain winner yet. Maybe Claude Code for the building, but there's not still like a one size fits all company that's doing everything the best. And I think until that happens, basically it's gonna be trying to keep everybody in the game so we can all play it. And yeah, maybe one day. But I think they're building this stuff to make it so that it's accessible to everybody. And I think that we're good. I think that I wouldn't worry about that. I think just keep building and just keep getting better at it, and it'll all play out the way it's supposed to. And yeah, thanks for the compliment. The site is definitely looking good. But now I just got to make it better. Okay, so let's see. So you're seeing that there's companies now requesting your open router ID to see how much tokens usage of AI you have done to see how strong you really are in this AI world as a hiring requirement. That's funny. Um, I totally believe it though. And that's what, like, when I was first like trying to understand GitHub, like why do people like why is it such a big deal that like people like are showing like how many GitHub like commits they're doing and everything like that. And yeah, AI was saying the same thing. It's like because jobs want to like look at that to like hire somebody to know like how good you are at it. And it's like, okay, but what about if you're, an entrepreneur? What if you're doing this for business? Then they're like, yeah, then it doesn't really matter. But yeah, some tells me like this is really where everybody who's like worried about the job security thing with AI, they should just be learning this stuff. Instead of people being like, worried that AI is going to take their job, they should be learning this, and they'll be the ones that are they'll be getting paid more. So totally awesome. Like future, like awesome. So much is moving so fast. But anyways, back to the build. I think now is step 5. Got the tier strategy. That wasn't the plan though. Step 5, step 6. That was it. Awesome. I'm about to start telling it to build step 5. Do you think there's anything extra I should tell it in regards to skills or anything else you could think of? Our bosses should be scared of us. Yeah. Yeah, because unless our bosses are the ones that are learning this stuff, but then they wouldn't need us. Like, so yeah, our bosses should be paying us more. This can like get us so that, because I mean, really, like this is gonna, it's already allowing people to do like 10 times more work. So like if we're doing 10 times more work for our boss, then they should be paying us more. And then that will make their business better. And one thing I know about like business is that like it's totally worth it to pay extra to hire the best people. Um and there's so much like there's so many reasons behind that. One reason is like just like churn, like you're not gonna have to like keep like firing and hiring people. Another thing is if you hire people that aren't like, the best employees, that if you do have the best employees come in and they're doing the interview and they're kind of like looking around and they're seeing what's going on, if they see that, if they're a good employee and they see that the other people there aren't, they're not going to want to work there. And yeah, it's like from the ground up, you just got to start with the best people. And I mean, that's easier said than done because like I've hired a lot of people and I know that resumes are just like resumes really don't tell you anything. I feel like um I've said before, some of the best resumes translated to some of the worst employees, and some of the worst looking resumes translated to some of the best employees. So it really comes down to just like knowing people and making sure the interview process that people really can do what they say they can on their resume, I guess. Okay. Step 5. Have I noticed Claude has slowed down? Yes. Uh, I'm not sure if that was something I was doing. Well, okay, so like I was telling you, I ran into those problems today, and Claude was like being super slow, and it was freezing on me, and I was like, I've never seen it do this before. Like I've been doing this like every day for like a month now. Like what's going on? So basically, it found that like I just had given it way too much information with those uploading those all those 30 apps into this project, and each time I had to do stuff, it had to scan through all those apps. So I found out that like building bigger projects, the information, I never got that problem with those like single apps. But now I'm learning a ton, like I was saying about code being like Zen and using skills to keep the code minimal and all these different strategies you can have. So basically what I did was I ended up deleting those folders. And once I did that, it sped up a ton. So like it was slow before, but after I made that change, now it's like speeding back up to how it used to be. So it could be that basically you're just giving it like too much information, not splitting things up in different folders. But yeah, that's just like what I learned today. So it was slow, I guess, to answer your question, but once I made those changes and figured out why I was being slow, it's definitely sped back up. So yeah, definitely look into that folder stuff. I remember I gave it a prompt and like I had it split things up into different folders and that helped a lot. So it should know like where it needs to like minimize things to make it run smoother, I think. Like something tells me it's totally possible that I build this whole thing out and then just realize that it's way too complex and it should be easier and it's just better to like start over. And if that happens, then no problem. Then I'll just learn a ton from it. But yeah, just getting into something I've never built anything this big, this complicated before. I guess it should be expected that I'll run into new problems, but then I'll learn new solutions and just make my skills that much stronger. Why did I copy the note from Codex and then paste it into the MD file? Um, no, I didn't paste it into the MD file. I um I pasted it into the Claude terminal. I think it's just that the MD file is like selected in the folders on the side, and it's like up here, like behind the terminal. But that was just the like I had Codex do an audit on the step it just built, and it came back with like what it found in the audit for the repairs for Claude to make. So I just copied and pasted that audit prompt for Claude to do the fixes. And that was the way I had my workflow set up with the 30 apps in 30 days phase with the Claude MD file I had, but I just that MD file got like way too big, so it wasn't catching everything. So I started out fresh with a new MD file, and it's just not giving it the same instructions it did before, so it looks a little different maybe. But okay, all changes on to the next task. All right. So step 6. You are welcome. Glad I could help. Definitely so many people helped me today. So let's see. Step 6. All right, so I'm ready to start step 6. Do you think there's any additional information that I should include other than just telling it to build step 6? So yeah, there goes the prompt. The goal is to connect the trading UI skill, market data skill, and trade engine skill into a synchronized experience. Create a use time machine hook in a new folder. This hook will be the conductor of the orchestra. Clicking next week must trigger the market data skill to push the next candle and the trade engine skill to update the date. Clicking buy sell must update the trade engine skill portfolio and immediately. Whoa, that was like way too quick. Oh, no new file. Step 6 integration was already implemented across steps 4 and 5. Okay. Instructions for the audit. So after this step, the free tier of InvestiPath is essentially feature complete. When I get the step 6 audit prompt, we'll do a deep dive into the state management to make sure it's fast enough to handle the live data we're going to add for the pay tier later. How does it feel to be on the final step of the plan? Always feels good, but not as good as actually like seeing what I built. So after this, we can actually start talking about how to lock this behind a paywall and build the pro version. Would I like help to brainstorm a victory message that pops up when a user finishes a 5-year simulation? Um, Not yet. I want to finish what I'm doing first. Make sure it works. Just giving Gemini that audit prompt. It says everything's good. I want to get this built so I can start using it. Like I'm even gonna I'm gonna be buying a paid tier plan right away because I want to use this for myself, and like this is better than anything else I've seen on the market in so many ways. So I can't wait to like get my whole like investing game better through using this. Yep, see you later, Jobby. Respect every time. Um what to look for once it's done. npm run dev, paper trader page. So yeah, if you're just joining in, I have got the steps built for the free tier, and I'm about to test it out and see what it's all about and see if it worked. So tools, paper trader. All right. So here we go. All right. I can see right away that chart is way too small. Does not show enough. And it shows the year, so someone could just cheat, but then they'd be cheating themselves. Week 1 of 52. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's showing a week at a time of, but it should be showing. Yeah, it's going to be hard to buy it if you can only see that week. It needs to show more data than that. I want the chart to be bigger. Well, it created it. There was no error message. It built what it said it's going to build. Now I can just vibe code the fixes. Yeah, definitely. I didn't know if I was going to get this far today after running into all those problems right away, but I did. Um, yeah, this thing's all coming together and I'm learning a ton. But it's been about 5 hours now and I gotta run. So yeah, definitely awesome to see that everything is set up with free tier. Just gotta make it better. Well, not everything, but like the main feature of it. And yeah, I learned so much about like just coding in general that I didn't even see coming. It was like in a way like, I was thinking like I already knew this, like I already had it down. All I had to do was just like give it the instructions to build the like different tiers and I would be good, but just had to the coding gods had to step in and show me that there's still so much that I didn't understand and give me problems that I had to solve to get to what I actually thought was going to be super easy to do. But yeah, I ended up seeing through the problems and I was able to solve them. So yeah, I mean this is awesome. I'm definitely like making more progress. Like I was saying in so many ways, not just like what I built, but just understanding code. Hey, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it right now. I think this is the time where I want to just like make sure I got the vision clear of how I want this like to all look, and then I can come back the next day and build everything out and not have to can start out just like vibe coding this and not have to worry about the planning stuff again till I get this right. But yeah, this is definitely flowing. I can see where it's going. The vibes are flowing and the time is showing me that I'm at where I'm supposed to be, so there's no reason to worry or fret. And I just keep on working and I bet I will be there at the right time. So yeah, that's it for today. Hopefully, you got some value off of what I had to say, coming through with new information, with no delay on another day. I might not be able to make it tomorrow. I got a important appointment I got to do, but who knows? We'll see if I get the time. But I'll definitely be back on Wednesday, if not tomorrow. I really want to get this going and flowing sooner than later, and I'm super motivated to get this done. So yeah, that being said, I definitely got to run. So I'm